witness sitting in the witness box? I certainly think it is, but we can talk about that if you think that would be helpful for this witness. I don't know whether this witness has, testified before, and I don't want a witness who has not testified. I don't remember this witness. I have to look at my notes. But I don't want a witness who has not testified before or many times to be nervous and do it incorrectly. And so notes to that effect, I think, would be appropriate so that the ruling is not violated. So we can talk about that if you think it's necessary. But I'll let you talk to Agent Howell and then we'll get started.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I do want to mention one thing for our media persons who are here this morning, sir, and other persons who are here. There was something online that was brought to my attention by the state, and I don't know whether this happened or not, but somebody posted something that suggested that the jurors might have been shown leaving the building. And I don't know whether that is accurate or not, but I just want to make sure every media person in here understands that in no way, shape, or form can anyone identify the jurors, obviously by name or take a picture of them or a video or anything. I mean, I know you know that, but I just want to mention that. I don't know whether that actually happened for a brief second or not, but I just want to bring everybody's attention. Thank you very much. All right, you can bring the jury out. Thank you. You all may be seated. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being back here on time. We are getting started a little bit past schedule. I'm sorry for that. But as always, there are things that we need to take up outside your presence. This one took a little bit longer than I had anticipated. I do appreciate your patience. We are ready to begin. We are here to resume the trial of the state of Georgia versus Edrick Faust, SU 24 CR 0547. Is the state ready?
State's ready, Judge.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You may call your next witness, Mr. Yalamanchili.
State calls Agent Jeremy Howell.
Agent Howell?
Sir, I'm going to ask you to take an oath. You raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear and affirm.
If you would, please take a seat, speak towards the microphone, and state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Jeremy Howell. That is JEREMY HOWELL.
Sir, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you been with the GBI?
I've been with the GBI nearly 15 years.
All right. And what is your current assignment with the GBI?
I'm currently assigned to the Office of Special Investigations Cold Case Unit.
And before you were with the cold case unit, what was your previous assignment at the GBI?
I started out in 2011 as a special agent. I was assigned to the Region 15 office, which is down in Sylvester, Georgia, which is down in Southwest Georgia. I was there for about 2 years. Then I had an opportunity to come up to the Region 11 office, which is in Athens, Georgia, where I was a crime scene specialist for a decade.
And you mentioned being a crime scene specialist for a decade. Do you have any particular role or specialization within the cold case unit?
Yes. As a crime scene specialist and a former trained crime scene specialist, I bring those skills into assessing crime scene summaries and other things related to cold case investigations.
And how many years of law enforcement experience did you have before joining the GBI in 2011?
I've been in law enforcement since 1998, in a local level from 1998 until I joined the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in 2011.
When did you move to the cold case unit?
I joined the cold case unit at its inception, which was July 1 of 2023. That was a weekend, so our first day on duty was, I believe, July 3rd of 2023.
At any point while you were in the cold case unit, were you assigned the murder of Tara Baker for investigation?
Yes, I was assigned to assist Liz Bigham as she was assigned as the the lead of the investigation, and my responsibility was to assist her in that endeavor.
Once you were assigned the case, what process did you go through as far as your reviewing of the case file, and how did you familiarize yourself so that you could begin your investigative acts?
Our first step in the process was to partner with Athens Clarke County Police Department. We wanted to centralize all of the evidence and also all of the case file that they had. They were kind enough to grace us with a securable conference room at their West Side precinct, which is over by the mall. And we had secure access to that. So we consolidated all of their case files there, as well as all the evidence there. And the first thing we wanted to do was assess those materials. We wanted to modernize the case file, which was to scan everything and make it into a searchable format as a PDF. We also wanted to inventory all of the items of evidence and compile a list of what we had, what had been done with it, and seek other potential things that we could do with that evidence.
And was this a process that was completed in a day, or did it take longer than that?
It took much longer than this. There were multi-volumes to that Athens Clarke County file. There were multiple items of evidence. One of the things that we are graced with the cold case unit is the gift of time and resources. So we methodically and meticulously go through these items in order to catalog them and also to modernize and review them.
As it relates to the volume of the information you had to digest or the size of this case file, how did that compare with other investigations in which you had been involved previously in your time in law enforcement?
This was the largest case file I have ever been a part of reviewing. There were over 21 large D-ring binders that were associated with this Athens Clarke County case file alone. There were over 5,600, I believe, 87 pages of material that were in those binders. There was also a separate PDF electronic copy of the case file that Athens Clarke County provided us that was 4,224 pages as well. And there were also a number of photographs that were within that case file.
And in particular, the photographs, this crime that you're investigating took place on January 19th of 2001. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Back then, when crime scenes were processed, are you aware of whether or not the Athens Clarke County Police Department was still using, I guess, film-fed cameras? I don't know how that terminology works exactly.
Yes, they had film photography back then, and I believe digital cameras were pretty much in their infancy back then, and there were a few digital images.
Okay, so the images in this case, were there images that were not stored digitally?
Yes, there were crime scene photos that were mainly in film, and they had been printed out onto a print format and scanned. But one of the things that we wanted to do with the film negatives, it was to digitally scan those so that we can enhance those to the best that we could, and collect as much data as we could, transitioning or transferring those film negative images into digital images with a digital scanning device.
And was that all part of what you referred to earlier as the modernization of the case file?
Yes, that was my responsibility.
Okay. And so let me ask you a little bit about your background and training specifically as it relates to crime scene processing. Can you tell me a little bit about your background and training in that area?
Yes. When I worked at the local level, I received some training at an academy up in North Carolina. It's called Searchy. I attended Searchy, I believe, in 2007. It's a 40-week program where you learn crime scene processing, and they're also a crime scene processing equipment provider. So you learn how to utilize the equipment that they produce and that they also market. When I joined the crime scene unit, one of the things they do is they send us to a 10-week program at the National Forensic Academy. That's also known as the Body Farm, but it's much more than just the Body Farm. It's a 10-week program in which each week is dedicated to a specific discipline. It starts out with crime scene documentation. It then moves into crime scene photography. Then it moves into latent print processing. And from there, you also learn bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting incident reconstruction, utilizing an alternate light source in order to be able to detect trace evidence, which is fine evidence that sometimes needs a little bit more help with technology in order to be able to visualize. There's also a component of arson and explosive investigations associated with that. And there's the body farm component of that, in which there is a facility off campus that has multiple deceased individuals in various states of decomposition. And you learn all of the aspects of death and decomposition based upon actual hands-on experience at that facility.
In your role as it related to this case, were you able to review the documentation of the processing of the crime scene at the time of the crime?
I was.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about any type of environmental challenges, if any, that existed with the processing of the crime scene in this particular case, as well as the collection of trace evidence in this particular case?
Yes, this was a very dynamic scene. Short of a natural disaster or an explosive event, this presented many challenges with the aspects of the environment. One, you have a fire event that is occurring there, and that is what the initial response and the initial call is. So the initial first responders are responding to a fire incident in which forcible entry needs to be made into a residence in order to conduct search and rescue operations and also to do fire suppression activities. I have experience with fire. I was a volunteer firefighter when I worked at the Madison County Sheriff's Office. I was also a volunteer firefighter with the whole volunteer fire department in Madison County. I spent 5 years in that role.
Your Honor, something just came to my attention. Can we approach the bench?
Okay.
Can I step out and just let her know, Your Honor?
Yes.
Agent Howe, I think where we were, I actually kind of kept up with it, I believe, is you were discussing your previous fire experience.
Yes, and when I was with the volunteer fire department in Hull, one of the things I had the opportunity to do was to attend training at the National Fire Academy, which is at Emmitsburg, Maryland. I attended 2 different classes there. One was fire cause determination for company officers, which is a basic level arson determination class in which you learn how to do points of origin as to where a fire source may be. And I also attended a week-long training in incident management for large-scale incidents. When I was with the GBI, we also received, in addition to the training at the National Fire Academy or the National Forensic Academy with arson and explosive investigations, we also would do training at our facility here in the state of Georgia, the Georgia Public Safety Training Center. Learning how to do photography in a burned building because it's a completely different aspect of photography, trying to photograph and document that type of environment.
As it relates back to, you were describing some of the challenges at the crime scene. That's a context in which we entered a discussion about your previous experience with fire. How does moisture, especially heavy levels of moisture, affect the ability to collect trace evidence at a crime scene?
So as a fire smolders and consumes in order to be able to fuel its existence, fire suppression activities, you need to introduce water into that environment in order to be able to suppress that fire. That's normally under a pressurized line. There will be a spraying of water within that environment, which will add moisture to that environment. That in itself will move and rearrange the environment and also provide an element of destruction to that environment.
Objection, improper expert testimony or improper lay witness testimony, either one.
All right. Any response to the objection?
Your Honor, Agent Howe is testifying within the purview of his knowledge and training and has not offered an expert opinion on anything.
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming Agent Howe is attempting to take his testimony and apply it to the scene. So if he's not testifying as a expert, if the state is saying this is not improper expert testimony, our objection would be relevance. This testimony would be irrelevant if he is not trying to apply it to the scene of Ms. Baker's home.
All right. Thank you. Any response to the next objection about relevance?
I believe, Agent Howe's involvement in this case had to do specifically with, at least in part, his training and experience processing crime scenes and his determinations about what, if anything, can be done additionally, in his opinion of the crime scene, is certainly relevant to his investigation of this crime.
And based on the state's answer, my next objection would be lack of foundation. If he wants to establish that Agent Howell could testify about the crime scene at Ms. Baker's home, he needs to bring in testimony that Agent Howell actually went to Ms. Baker's home during this time.
And should I respond to that, Judge?
You may respond if you choose to do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe that Agent Howell has already testified that he reviewed the initial investigation as well as the initial processing of the crime scene. Traveling to Ms. Baker's home 22 and a half years or 23 years after the crime had been committed and then testifying to that would not be relevant because it's not the same state as it was on January 19th of 2001. So I think that we have laid the foundation regarding that.
All right. Thank you. I'm making a finding that this line of questioning is relevant. I'm overruling your objection with regard to that. With regard to this witness testifying in the form of an opinion, 24-701, which rules regarding lay witness opinion testimony, allows this testimony to be presented. I'm going to overrule your objection. You may continue.
Agent Howell, we were discussing the manner in which the application of water for fire suppression purposes may impact the crime scene and the ability to process it for trace evidence. If you'd like, I can ask the question again, and would that be helpful?
I can continue.
Okay, all right.
Within that crime scene are going to be absorbent materials. There's also going to be building materials that have the ability to absorb moisture and to absorb water. As those materials fall on top of the scene, it becomes layered. You have a burned layer. You have materials that have fallen on top of things, and then you also have singed materials in between within that. And those are going to be wet, and that may affect the transferability of different transferable materials, such as trace evidence, due to absorption, due to adhesion, and also different materials within that fire scene are going to change due to the effects of heat and fire. Things of plastic will become sticky or may melt. Different things may get consumed, and other materials may become absorbent of the water within that scene.
And so, particularly as it relates to absorption and adhesion, I want to ask you some background questions, and then ask you follow-up questions about those two things. Were you able to review the photographs from Miss Baker's bedroom from the initial crime scene processing?
I was.
Okay. Was there anything about debris that you found significant in your review of those photographs?
Yes, there was ceiling material and there was insulation that had fallen on top of Miss Baker within that scene. And in order to be able to evaluate the body of Miss Baker, those materials needed to be removed. It was a layering process in which things that are on top need to be removed in order to have her visible.
And so when those things on top, in this particular circumstance, what were the things on top of Miss Baker?
I believe that there was a piece of ceiling or a piece of drywall that was on top of her, as well as white in color insulation.
And as it relates to absorption and adhesion, did what you see in the crime scene photographs cause you any concerns about trace evidence from those two things, adhesion and absorption?
Yes. I recognize that there was the potential for critical trace evidence to be commingled with those materials.
Okay. How would that affect, if it's commingled with those materials, how would that affect the ability for it to be collected and processed at the crime scene?
It would be challenging.
Okay. Let me ask you a question about a particular type of trace evidence. Are hair fibers, or not hair fibers, but are hairs considered trace evidence?
Yes, they are.
Okay. As it relates to hairs in particular, based on your training and experience, would you expect to find hairs from individuals in environments that they regularly visit or occupy?
I would.
Okay. And so let me ask you this. I lost my train of thought there for a second. Let me ask you this about the processing of the crime scene in 2001. Have your tools that are available for crime scene processing changed from 2001 to now?
They have.
Okay. And so can you describe what may be referred to at times as presentism?
Yes. Presentism is one of those things that we try to keep in mind when we are looking at older cold cases. We try to recognize what the capabilities were at that time and what sort of technology they had available to them at that time. That way, when we're applying that critical lens to the case file, to the photography, to the crime scene summary, we're mindful of what the capabilities were then, rather than applying presentism, what we can do now to that scene in its documentation. One of the things that we can do is apply modern techniques to evidence that's collected. So we normally try to look at that through that eyes of not bringing today's present capabilities to yesterday's casework.
In your review of the processing of the crime scene in this particular crime, Were you able to evaluate the manner in which the crime scene was processed?
Yes.
Okay. And what opinion did you form about that?
I believed that they were innovative in some different techniques, especially with trying to assess and document some potential latent print evidence that was on the thighs of Miss Baker, especially utilizing a chemical developer and a negative lift technique that I honestly was not familiar with until I read this case file and began to educate myself to that process. It was rather novel for the time.
Okay. Did you notice any major deficiencies that you noted or anything along those lines?
No, sir.
Okay. As it relates to the processing of evidence, you mentioned applying modern techniques. Did you go back and rephotograph any of the evidence?
I did.
Okay. In particular, in this case, did you go back and photograph one of the weapons that was used to murder Miss Baker?
I did. I needed some clarification on some things regarding that particular item of evidence.
And what was that particular item of evidence?
There were two photographs that I don't want to say caused me some concern, but just I wanted some clarity on. And it was a knife that was located on the floor next to the body of Tara Baker. Due to the positioning of the knife, I noticed that the exposed side, the upward side, was light in color. Then I saw another photo in the file of a knife being held up that had a darkened color handle. And I wanted to examine that, that knife in order to get clarification as to both sides of that knife, and also thoroughly photograph both sides of that knife so that there was documentation that this was in fact the same knife. To look at that knife in the crime scene photos, it almost looks like a wooden handled knife. But then when you look at it, a knife that's being held up against the wall, I believe there's a white latex glove that's holding up that knife. It looks like a black plastic handled knife. So I wanted to make sure that that was in fact the same knife. So I accessed that knife and I photographed both sides to demonstrate that that is in fact the same weapon.
When you say you accessed that knife, where did you access it?
We went to the Athens Clarke County Police Department in order to be able to access that knife in a quality control environment.
After you accessed it and photographed it, what did you do with it?
We immediately returned it back to Athens Clarke County. We sealed it back up. We left it there at the facility.
Okay. Agent Howe, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 94 that has already been admitted into evidence. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
I recognize it in a number of different ways. One is the labeling that is on it. I recognize the Athens Clarke County, their evidence inventory ID on it, as well as their coding that's on it. It has their case number on it. It also has a description of a knife with an 8-inch blade and describes it as charred. It also has a sticker on it from our crime lab, the GBI crime lab, that has our Division of Forensic Science number on it as well as the submission number as number 015. And it also has our GBI evidence property tag, which is a barcode on it. And all of these labels are on this side of the box. There is the Athens Clarke County evidence inventory sticker. There is our GBI evidence inventory sticker, and there is our GBI crime lab sticker here. And it also has seals on it, and where I access the box, there is my initials, my GBI badge number of 189, and the date that I accessed this as 9/14 of 2024.
All right. Do you have a pocket knife with you by any chance?
I do not.
Okay. Your
Don't
Honor,
bring that
is it
into
all
the
right
courtroom.
if I hand the witness a pocket knife?
It is.
Thank you.
If you would you please unseal that box?
Let's see. There we go.
Those inside of the box that you just unsealed, what's contained in there?
There is a sealed brown paper bag in here as well that has the item number listed and documented on there. Again, it has the Athens Clarke County case number on there. It has the item number and the description as a knife. And it also has tape on it from where I resealed this bag when I accessed it back on September 13th of 2024. That's up here on the top.
Okay. Can you unseal that bag, please?
I can.
And I'll take my pocket knife back from you. Thank you. Sir, inside of the bag that you unsealed, what is in it?
There is a butcher knife that was located within that that sealed paper bag.
And Your Honor, I'd just ask that Agent Howell be able to step down from the witness stand and just display that a little bit closer to the jury.
You may.
Thank you, Agent Howell. If you could, please take the witness stand again and return the knife back to its original packaging. Agent Howell, as y'all are reviewing the physical evidence in the case and reviewing the case file, is there ever any effort made, you mentioned modern techniques, to determine if there's evidence that it may be useful to resubmit or analyze that maybe wasn't analyzed or can be analyzed in new ways?
Yes, as we document, inventory, and assess the evidence that is in the possession of Athens Clarke County Police Department in this case, we also discuss if there's anything more that we can do with these items of evidence. And we recognized a few items within that that inventory that we believed we could do some additional investigative submissions for testing at our GBI DOFS center.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that was done in this case?
Yes, it was with multiple items.
Okay. And you said multiple items, those were submitted for retesting?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, when Mr. Edrick Faust entered this case as a suspect in the murder of Tara Baker, was it due to result from a national database of DNA?
Yes.
Overruled.
Thank you, Judge. And so after y'all received that information, did you take steps to try and speak with witnesses that were interviewed back in 2001 to re-interview them?
We did.
Okay. And I'm not going to get into every single person, but to your knowledge, were Valerie Lowe and Ashley Peavy re-interviewed?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And who are those people in your knowledge, who are those people?
My understanding is they were roommates of Tara Baker at the time of this incident.
Okay. And was Mr. Chris Melton re-interviewed?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And who did you know Mr. Melton to be?
I believe that he was the boyfriend and in a romantic relationship with Tara Baker
Okay.
at the time of this incident.
And on May 9th of 2024, did you have an opportunity to interview Mr. Edrick Faust?
I did.
Okay. And I want to come back to that interview in a few minutes. But first, what I'd like to do is show you what's been marked already, but not admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 158. I'm showing this to Mr. Cruz first, Your Honor.
All right.
Agent Howell, on May 10th of 2024, did you have an opportunity to collect buccal swabs from Mr. Faust?
I did.
Okay. What are buccal swabs?
Buccal swabs are cells that are located within the cheeks of the mouth. They are very DNA rich and are a common method to collect cells for DNA testing in the preferred method at our state crime lab. And it's essentially get collected by utilizing a swab with a long handle, kind of like a Q-tip, but it's a one-ended Q-tip. And then you swab and you rotate within the inner side of the cheeks in order to be able to collect those buccal cells. They're then packaged in a sterile box. That box is then sealed, and then that box is then resealed into a paper bag similar to this.
Okay. Do you recognize that item that I handed you, States 158, I believe?
I do.
Okay. And how do you recognize it?
This bag is labeled with our GBI evidence property tag. It is BB 68963. And on this is also an evidence sticker that documents the date and time it was collected, who it was collected from, and where it was collected. And this has a description of a box containing 2 buccal swabs from the mouth of Edrick Faust. And this was collected on 5/10 of 2024 at 12:05 p.m.
Okay. And Judge, I'd move at this time to tender States 158.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
And when you, Agent Howell, made reference to it have been collected from Mr. Edrick Faust, do you recognize that person anywhere in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay. If you don't mind, please describe where that individual is sitting in an item of clothing or other description.
He is sitting at the defense counsel table. He is wearing a blue and white striped shirt and glasses.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the record reflect that Agent Howell has identified the defendant, Mr. Edrick Faust.
So reflects.
Okay. After you collect those samples, where do you send them to?
We then send them and we submit them to our evidence receiving at our state crime lab facility. And our main center is in Decatur, Georgia. And that is our Division of Forensic Science Laboratory.
Okay. Agent Howe, I want to fast forward again before we rewind back to the interview. Are you familiar with the location at 350 Cooper Road?
I am.
Okay. What significance, if any, does that address have for you in relation to this investigation?
That was our understanding of a residence in which Mr. Edrick Faust would stay at.
Okay. And as part of the investigation of this case, was there ever a drone video created of 350 Cooper Road and 160 Fawn Drive?
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to show Mr. Cruz what's been labeled as State's Exhibit 159. I'm going to retrieve an exhibit real quick before we continue down this line of question. Agent Howell, I'm going to display, or Your Honor, can I display a brief portion of this clip for Agent Howell in order for him to see if he recognizes it?
Yes, but I think you need to do that outside the presence of the jury or in front of him so he can see it.
Yes, Your Honor,
All right.
and I will.
Yes.
Thank you.
Agent Howell, had an opportunity to review some different portions of State's Exhibit 159. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I was present during that, and back on January 16th of this year, I was with another agent, Austin Bradshaw, and he flew a drone over the Deer Park area as well as the Cooper Road area in order to obtain footage.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the footage that was obtained on the date that you mentioned?
Yes.
Judge, I move to tender States 159 at this time.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted.
I move to publish it to the jury, Judge.
May do so.
Hey, Your Honor.
Podium, please, Judge.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
This TV turned on too.
Hopefully. If not, yes. There we go.
And publishing States 159. Before we start that, though, what are we looking at here as the video starts, Agent Howell?
This is the front side of 350 Cooper Road, and that is the front-facing side of the house that faces toward, I believe, the east and also the Deer Park subdivision.
I'm sorry, I stopped it just a little bit too early. I'm going to let it start playing again. All right, Agent Howell, camera just zoomed in on one house in particular with a fence surrounding the rear portion of the home. What address is that?
I recognize that as 160 Fawn Drive.
Okay. And where was it that Miss Baker was murdered?
That was at 160 Fawn Drive.
Okay. Back in 2001, you already testified you had an opportunity to review the crime scene photographs. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. That fence that appears around that property at that time, was that in existence in 2001?
That was not.
Okay. And I'm going to put up what's been marked as States Exhibit 37 and already admitted into evidence as a overhead image of the Deer Park neighborhood from 2001, shortly after Miss Baker's murder. So if we could switch to the Elmo, please, Mr. Terrell. On States Exhibit 37, if you could, please indicate by drawing a circle where 160 Fawn Drive is located.
And that's on, is this a touchscreen here?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. And now, if you are able, please draw a circle around where 350 is located. And Agent Howell, are you aware of the distance between 350 Cooper Road?
Yes, I measured that distance as 585 feet.
Okay. And if we could go back to the podium connection at this point. Thank you. And I'm continuing to play states 159 at this point. Agent Howe, the drone is looking back at a residence from 160 Fawn at this point. What is the residence that it is looking back at?
I recognize that as 350.
Okay.
You're watching at Southern Sin, your new home for true
Ronda
crime.
concludes
Smash
the
that like
display
button
of
now.
State's
We'll be right
Exhibit
back.
159 for the jury at this time. And Agent Howe, if we could go back to the Elmo just briefly, Mr. Terrell.
I think it takes just a second.
Agent Howe, obviously in that drone footage, there were some trees and things along those lines. In looking back, I've displayed State's Exhibit 37 again. What is the nature of the trees and other foliage between 350 Cooper Road and 160 Fawn Drive back in 2001 as compared to the time at which that drone footage was taken?
Yes, our understanding at the time of this incident in January of 2001 was that this was a new development. This was still in the process of being developed, that the land had been cleared and there's very minimal trees that were present. When we fast forward to today, there's overgrowth, there are trees present. And also 160 Fawn Drive has also changed in terms of additions being put onto that residence.
Agent Howe, I'm going to hand Mr. Cruz what I've marked as State's Exhibit 160. I'm going to hand you, sir, what I've marked as State's Exhibit 160. Do you recognize State's 160?
I do.
Okay. What do you recognize it to be?
This is the interview video with Edrick Faust.
And did you place any markings on this exhibit's tag?
I did. I initialed it.
Okay. And what did you initial it to signify?
That I had previously seen and reviewed that item of evidence.
And were there any, did it appear to be a fair and accurate recording of your interview with Mr. Faust on May 9th of 2024?
Yes.
Judge, I moved to tender State's 160 and publish portions to the jury.
All right. Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
All right. It is admitted. And before you publish it, Mr. Yelman-Shelley, we're going to take a restroom break. It's 11:15. We'll take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back on the record in 15 minutes. If you'll go into the jury room, don't discuss the case. We'll see you shortly. Thank you.
Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back
All right, we'll
on
be
at
adjourned for
Southern
15 minutes.
Sin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button. Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button. Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live. Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button. Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button.
Thank you for subscribing to At Southern Sin. Keep our algorithm high by hitting the like button now and use hashtag Sinners in the chat to win a free membership.
You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Hit us in the chat if you think the defendant is guilty or not guilty.
I guess you know what comes across my mind. Murder. Just murder, murder.
A lot of ladies think he's attractive.
Very nice, very well spoken.
This is what I do with women, you know. I use my charm, use my good looks. I'm like a lion. You're the prey, I can sense it.
I stand here today to announce the indictment of Wade Wilson for the murders of Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz.
Both of them had been strangled. The last person that they encountered was Mr. Wade Wilson.
He said he got back in the car and ran her over until she looked like spaghetti.
I choked her out so she couldn't breathe anymore. I was on a rampage at this point.
He's still pulling the strings from a jail cell. He's got an army of wives. That's all he's ever wanted.
To advocate for someone because you think he's handsome.
A rage overcomes me. Just kill, kill, kill. When I get that way, I become the devil.
I'm gonna be honest with you, son. Everybody in the state thinks you're a monster.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Is this Mr. Lloyd, Markeith Lloyd? All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and begin these first appearances. Sir, you're here for the charge of murder of a...
There ain't no Markeith Lloyd. Who are you?
All right, you're here for murder of a law enforcement officer. Attempted murder of a law enforcement officer. Carjacking with a firearm. Aggravated assault. The black dress. May I have your name, please? Is this...
Markeith Lloyd was captured, wanted for the murder of his pregnant girlfriend.
For real, you're not about to kill me and the baby. This man, he has to be stopped. But no, you need a greater force than that. I'm not going to live past 25.
Most wanted man in Florida is waking up in a hospital this morning. Police captured Markeith Lloyd Tuesday night in Orlando.
Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today for more exclusive crime episodes.
In Georgia, where a man was arrested in the cold case murder of a University of Georgia law student. And this guy was fighting for bond, 48-year-old Edrick Faust, arrested earlier this year in the 2001 murder of law student Tara Baker. And firefighters discovered her body when they went to an apartment fire there, and they say that she was sodomized, she was strangled, and she was stabbed.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
In Georgia, where a man was arrested in the cold case murder of a University of Georgia law student. And this guy was fighting for bond. 48-year-old Edrick Faust, arrested earlier this year in the 2001 murder of law student Tara Baker. And firefighters discovered her body when they went to an apartment fire there, and they say that she was sodomized, she was strangled, and she was stabbed.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m. You're watching At Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere. Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching At Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button.
In Georgia, where a man was arrested in the cold case murder of a University of Georgia law student. And this guy was fighting for bond. 48-year-old Edrick Faust, arrested earlier this year in the 2001 murder of law student Tara Baker. And firefighters discovered her body when they went to an apartment fire there, and they say that she was sodomized, she was strangled, and she was stabbed.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m. You're watching At Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere. Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button.
In Georgia, where a man was arrested in the cold case murder of a University of Georgia law student. And this guy was fighting for bond. 48-year-old Edrick Faust, arrested earlier this year in the 2001 murder of law student Tara Baker. And firefighters discovered her body when they went to an apartment fire there, and they say that she was sodomized, she was strangled, and she was stabbed.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at
Hit us in the chat if you think the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Thank you for subscribing to At Southern Sin. Keep our algorithm high by hitting the like button now and use hashtag Sinners in the chat to win a free membership.
Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere.
In Georgia, where a man was arrested in the cold case murder of a University of Georgia law student. And this guy was fighting for bond. 48-year-old Edrick Faust, arrested earlier this year in the 2001 murder of law student Tara Baker. And firefighters discovered her body when they went to an apartment fire there, and they say that she was sodomized, she was strangled, and she was stabbed.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere. Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button. Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button. Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button. Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button.
Department. Your name is Edrick Faust, and you are 48 years old. Your address is 350 Cooper Road, Athens, Georgia, 30605, and you completed the 12th grade in school. Yes. You know that Liz Batum, which is me, and Jeremy Howell over there are special agents with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Okay. All right? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you can't afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any question if you wish. Okay. And you can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. You understand all of that?
I do.
Okay. And you understand your rights and having these rights in mind, you're willing to talk to law enforcement officers, which are Jeremy and I. You've not been threatened. Has anyone threatened you in any way, shape, or form in law enforcement? Nobody threatened you? I know we weren't there when they arrested you, so I just want to make sure that nobody out there threatened you in any way. You've not been promised anything. Has anyone ever promised you anything in reference to this? And then if you've been forced in any way to answer any questions or make any statements, maybe decide what's your name, whatever. Okay. So if you're going to talk to us, you can sign right there. I'll sign underneath you, and Jeremy will sign underneath me. Thank you.
Yeah.
So let me just get a little bit of information from you first. Obviously.
And I'm pausing the video briefly at 6:08:12, Agent Howell. And I'm going to show Mr. Cruz what's been marked as State's Exhibit 161, Your Honor. And Agent Howe, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 161. I want you to take a moment and let me know if you recognize what that is.
I do.
And what is it?
This is the waiver of rights form that was administered during this interview with the information on it, as well as the signatures of Mr. Faust, Liz Bigham, and myself.
All right. Does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of that waiver of rights form that was executed on May 9th of 2024 during Mr. Faust's interview?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I moved to tender 161 at this time.
Any objection? It is admitted.
And Your Honor, I'm going to continue playing the video from 6:08:12. But before I do that, Agent Howell, just to get some orientation about what we're looking at, where did this interview take place?
This is an interview room that's located at the Athens Clarke County Police Department's facility, their main police building that's on Lexington Highway.
Okay. Obviously, we heard the reading of the form and it's been admitted into evidence. Based on your observations of Mr. Faust, did it seem like there was anything that was preventing him from understanding what was happening or anything like that?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay. As the interview progressed, did he seem to understand the questions and respond to them?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to continue playing now, Judge.
You got Cooper Road. How long have you lived at Cooper Road?
Shit, I've been in Cooper Road about 40 years.
40 years? Okay.
40.
40?
40.
Okay. Do you own that house?
No.
Okay. Who lived there? Or whose house was it?
Actually, it's my stepmom. She passed away a month ago.
Oh, no. What happened?
She had a lung cancer or something like that.
Aw.
Your stepmother, you said? Yeah. I'm sorry.
And what is her name?
Her name was Geraldine Hughes.
Geraldine Hughes? And she passed away months ago. So are you still living there? Did she own it?
Yeah, she owned her home, yeah.
Okay. Are you still living there?
I'm kind of like Flo. I've been like Flo. I've been living with my cousin here and there. So.
Where does your cousin live?
Oh, I've been living in Overthorpe County.
Oh, okay. Where's that at?
In Overthorpe, in Mary Best in Santa Claus.
Santa Claus and Mary Best Road? Where do you lay your head at night?
Well, I've been really just living here and there. I've been here and there and just girl house over here and over there.
Over here and over there in the girl's house.
Yeah.
All right. Where does the girl live? Somewhere you don't want to talk about?
No.
That's fine. We don't have to. And what's your date of birth?
9/6/85.
Okay. And you're employed, I'm assuming, at Athens Finest?
Correct.
Is that your business or do you just work for them?
It's my business.
It's your business? What do you do there? Besides mobile detailing, pressure washing?
That's what I do.
Pretty much that?
Cool.
Do you have like regular work or is it just contracted work here and there?
I do regular work, whatever. I just work.
Okay. All right.
How long you have that business? I've been in the business myself I've been in business for myself, working on my own for like 4 or 5 years. Okay.
Okay.
And Judge, I'm stopping as we had discussed. Oh, I'm sorry. I stopped about 10 seconds early.
What's your number to get you?
This is?
That one's your number?
Yeah.
706-612-6808. That's the best number to get you?
Yeah.
Is that your cell?
Oh.
Your Honor, I'm stopping at 6:10:20 p.m. hour, minute, second. And I'm moving forward to 6:14:01.
who lived at Cooper Road with you?
At Cooper Road. Actually, back then, 20 years ago, May 28, 2003.
No, 23 years ago. We're talking about 2000. It was obviously Miss Hughes, right?
I was living with her, yes. But
Okay.
I don't know what relationship I was in, who I was with back then.
Okay. So Miss Hughes lived there.
Yes.
Did you have any brothers or sisters?
My brothers and sisters.
Okay.
My dad was alive back then, yeah.
But was he at Cooper or did he live in Overbrook?
My dad has been around. He's just been around here and there, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Who else lived in the house with you? Who lived with y'all back then?
As far as I know of.
Just y'all two?
Yeah.
Okay. And she was your stepmama?
My stepmom.
Where's your real mama?
She passed away 6 years ago.
Oh, okay. You weren't ever really close to her. You were close to your stepmama?
Actually, I've been cool with my stepmom. She raised me with.
And Your Honor, I'm stopping at 6:15:05, and we are going forward to 6:50:30. I'm sorry, Judge. It's not a very precise slider. So.
Were you there when they were building it and stuff like that?
Yeah. I was in that area. I'm always in that area. I go in that area every day.
Do you really?
Yeah. I call it my home. That's considered my home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you physically live at Cooper Road anymore?
Oh, you can go there right now and everybody will know me.
No. I meant in the house. Like at 350, you don't physically live there anymore. Okay. Did it get passed down to you? Or?
Well, my stepmother passed away.
Okay.
When she passed away, when she got sick, she told me she didn't need me anymore. Her niece lived in Rock Spring. She ended up getting the house. She bought the house from her, and she ended up moving up to Willow Miss across the street over here.
Okay.
And she lived over there when she passed away.
So nobody in your family lives there?
It's her niece live in the house right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she just passed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So when that neighborhood was being, or development was being built, I guess, did you ever go walk around there, or what was that built for, I guess?
I don't know.
Was it mostly like college students, or was it regular people, older Athens people, older people?
Back then it was real self, but now it's not like that anymore. It's like real, like, right now it's like the ghetto, to be honest with you.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, it's pretty rough over there now.
Why is it rough over there?
It seems like everybody that got pulled from the other side of town, they start getting rid of like housing, the projects and all that. They give them vouchers and they start moving over on this side.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not like it used to be. It used to be real quiet. So.
Okay. So back then, who was moving in there? What was it primarily?
I say college students and probably some kids. I'll say that because you didn't really see a whole lot of black people in that area.
You did not back then?
Nah.
Okay.
What was there before they built all that?
It was wood. It was old car. All of this on Lexington Road, Walmart, everything on Lexington Road was nothing but wood. There's a Lord of Stevens, there's a church, Lord of Stevens, Walmart. All that was wood when I was a little boy.
Wow, you seen some change.
I really have. And from there's another house over here in this neighborhood. All this land over here where this Dollar Tree and the skate park and all that. All that was nothing but wood back in the day. Wow. Yeah, all that wood.
Judge, I'm stopping at 6:53:05, and we're moving forward to 7:02:45.
Were you ever dating anybody else around that time on the side or quietly?
I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna say that.
I'm not gonna go talk to them.
I mean, I ain't know. No.
And Brenda was the primary one, right?
She was primary,
10 years, okay.
No, I don't do those.
But what about anybody else, like anyway, Walmart or Conagra or the Perfect Polish? I keep wanting to call it Sparkle.
I don't know, man.
But
I don't, let me tell you something. I don't have some females in my day, so.
it sounds like it. It sounds like it. But were you juggling any other females around that time? See anybody on the side?
I probably was. I don't have three females, a lot of females in my day.
Okay. Do you date white girls, or do you date black girls, or does it
I
matter?
have dated white chick. I have dated one white chick, but it didn't work out.
One white chick?
Yeah.
Who is she?
Her name was Rita Spears, and she's from where Rita from? She's from Carnesville.
How'd you meet her?
I met her at one night at the bar.
Why didn't it work out?
Because she bipolar and she wanted me to be with her and call her all the time.
Oh, okay.
And she lived up in Carnesville, Franklin County?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't really, I don't have no ethic about females, the race, no color, nothing like that.
Right.
I talk to everybody. I'm cool with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You can go down here right now and ask anybody about me when it comes to communication. I communicate because that's my, I would be business.
Sure.
I don't mess around there. I just treat everybody the same.
Okay. Did you ever date anyone over in that Deer Park area?
No.
Any college students, anything like that?
I know nobody over there.
You didn't know nobody over there?
Mm-hmm.
Never made friends? You just didn't talk to everybody?
I talk to everybody, but that was my cup of tea to go over there and deal with those people. Those people up across the street. I ain't letting them over there.
Why not?
I ain't letting them over there. That wasn't my thing. I wanted to see my stepmom.
Yeah.
Or whatever. That was it. That's a neighborhood that just came up. I don't know anything about that neighborhood.
Okay.
And I don't have no dealings over there, period.
Anybody from over there ever come looking for you? Just to be friends with or hang out with?
Mm-hmm. Back then, man, there was a play everybody like, man, it's just a play that came with this coming up. And everybody feel like it's high over, it's expensive. Anybody going over there, so.
That's how it was kind of perceived?
Yeah, I might go there.
Okay.
And Judge, we're stopping at approximately 7:05:40, and we're moving forward to 7:08:35.
They are for a myriad of charges.
And I'm sorry, Judge, I think I started the sound a little late. I'm going to back up again to 7:08:35.
We've got these warrants. They are for a myriad of charges that range from arson to murder.
What?
Mm-hmm.
For me?
Mm-hmm. And that's what you're talking about, this incident back in 2001. I think there's 9 different warrants, and that's kind of about this, get your side of the story, you know, kind of hash everything that happened, and you know, obviously I think you can pick up on the fact that it involves that area, that park area, or whatever.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, I mean, you can see that I've done research, right? Like, Gary and I know, we know about you, stuff like that. But when we're talking about that and we're talking about these charges, there's got to be kind of an explanation as to why you're there, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I'm trying to talk to you about.
Yeah, okay.
So tell me about why you would be there in that Deer Park area back in 2001 and kind of, you know, engaging in all these sorts of things at one of those duplexes.
I never, that spot over there, that's a place I never been to. I started going there throughout the years, like, when people thought, other people, when we started moving in, then, but back in the day, the only reason I go, like, in the evening time, and it's every blue moon, I gotta get my bike in the evening time, like 3 or 4 o'clock in the evening, I may ride through the whole, you know what I'm saying, ride from one end. I don't put it on there. I ain't got no business over there. They were my church. My church was in our neighborhood where we used to be, because everybody in the neighborhood.
On the other side, all
the way on East Meadow, and all the way in Morning View. I don't have no business over there dealing with them over there, but that ain't my cup of tea. They ain't doing no drinking over there, and I don't drink with them, so we over here drinking. If one of my cousins don't come in and pick me up, and we go over to right out, they say I don't have no business over there fooling them people that they ain't doing that to me.
And you said that you rode a bike?
Every once in a while, I may ride. Yeah, if I went over there, but I didn't deal with that sex.
Would you ever walk or just walk over there?
I have no business over there. This is my neighborhood right here. I don't know about people over there.
The Prosecutors, right?
Exactly. I don't have no business over there, period.
And you said around 3 or 4 in the afternoon?
I said, yes. I went over there. If I was about it, I would go in. But I have no reason going over there and messing with people, period. No reason whatsoever.
And Your Honor, we're stopping at approximately 7:11:15, and we're going to move forward to 7:11:45.
No, walking over there for what? I ain't got no business over there walking. No.
Well, you would ride your bike around though.
I mean, I said if I went over there, if it just so happened back in the day, if I just rode my bike, I would ride around and see. I ain't got no business walking over there. If some people were jogging or walking, I ain't had no business singing into them and nothing.
Okay.
That ain't my gig over there. If I went anywhere, I probably would go to back then, I would go to the hood in the Athens Garden. That's probably where I'll be at.
Would you have cut through your park to get to Athens Garden?
It's not that way. It's
the other way?
Different direction. I don't go that way. I don't have nothing to do with these people up here. I go in the hood and kick it, but I'll be in my neighborhood. I ain't got no business over there dealing with them people. I ain't getting nothing to. I don't even know nothing about them. I ain't finna mess with them.
Okay.
Period.
Okay.
So I guess one for me.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go jail.
Mhm.
Really?
They told you were under arrest.
I mean,
that's not a new revelation. They told you were under arrest.
That's a murder.
It's for arson.
Do you remember any kind of incident that happened back then?
Man, I don't even deal with over there.
I understand.
No.
You don't remember seeing some police activity over in that neighborhood back in 2001? Kind of a big deal.
It was for a while too, I think, like days and days.
You don't remember anything happening back there?
Let me see. Because I used to come over there and see my stepmama, but I ain't really, deal around too tough in it.
Okay. It's kind of like one of the biggest deals that's happened in Athens.
A murder?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, some girl.
Did you know her? No connection to her?
No. I never saw it. The only time I see that, the only time I seen it was in the newspaper. I ain't never seen it or nothing else about that girl. I don't even know her. I don't know nothing about her.
She was Frank?
Sorry.
Oh, good Frank.
You've never talked to her?
No, never. No.
Okay.
Don't even know her. Don't know nothing about her at all. All I know is that she was a law student at the UGA, and she was on Fawn Drive. Mm-hmm. And throughout the years, I know that right there they got that's where the rent office is right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's where my brother stayed right beside it.
Your brother stayed right beside it?
That was after the fact that when we started moving in, when black people started moving in, my papa stayed right beside him. Right beside the actual building. This happened like in 2017 to 18. Okay. Not no recent thing. You know?
Okay.
No, that's no recent.
Okay.
Did you know any of her roommates?
I don't know about that.
Did you know any of their boyfriends or anything like that?
No, nobody over there, period.
Did you ever go over there to buy alcohol?
No.
Anything like that?
Bro, listen, I don't know nothing about those people over there. I don't know nothing about that. But they say that happened.
And Your Honor, I'm stopping at 7:15:05 and moving forward to 7:16:14. And Agent Howell, kind of just before this portion of the video that we're about to play, had you asked Mr. Faust a question about his awareness of a national database of DNA?
Yes.
DNA?
Yeah.
My DNA? Man.
It's been a long time. We've made so many advancements and things. If you can help us understand why your DNA's in that house, help us. I don't want to put your finger. Help us. I'm here to exonerate just as much as I am to hunt.
Y'all come on, take a little deal.
And Agent Howell, in response to your request for Mr. Faust to help you with an explanation regarding his DNA, what was his response?
No explanation was provided.
Okay. And I think that's all I have for you about this interview. And so, Your Honor, if I could have just a moment to.
You may.
Agent Howell, I'm going to show Mr. Cruz what's been marked as State's Exhibit 162. Agent Howe, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 162. Do you recognize what State's 162 is?
Yes.
All right. How do you recognize it?
I recognize it by the labels that are on the exterior of the envelope. It is item number 10 in Athens Clarke County Police Department's custody. It is described as a bloodstained card for Chris Melton. It also has a GBI barcode on it, evidence property tag CC36694. And it also has our GBI DOFS report number, which is 2001-1002454, and is submission item number 27. And again, it is labeled as a bloodstained card for Chris Melton.
Okay. And so have you encountered that item at any time previously?
I have.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury, well, when you encountered it, is it in substantially the same condition as when you encountered it initially?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'd move to tender the exhibit at this time.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Okay. Just to clarify, though, were you involved in either the collection or observation of collection of blood, the creation of the card, or any of the testing that occurred at the GBI lab?
I was not.
Okay. What was your interaction with that item?
My interaction with this item was to collect this item, transport this item to the state crime lab, and submit this item to our state crime lab.
Okay. And do you have any direct knowledge of anything that was done with it at the state crime lab?
I believe it was compared to some swabs involved in this case.
All right. And that's all I have about 162. Your Honor, I don't have any other questions for Agent Howell at this time.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cruz.
Good afternoon, Agent Howell. My name is Attorney Ahmad Cruz, and I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Edrick Lamont Faust. You've had opportunity to watch that video before, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
And we could both agree that you watched it again in court and you heard it again in court, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In regards to speaking to Mr. Faust about the death in Deer Park, would you agree that Mr. Faust's response, as you heard here today in court, is the only time I seen that was in the newspaper?
Yes.
Okay. And he also continued, I ain't never seen that or nothing else about that girl. Is that correct?
Yes.
At that time, did anyone show him a photograph?
No, sir.
At that time or any time during the interview, did anyone tell him Ms. Baker's name?
No, sir.
I'd like to show you what I'm going to mark as defense exhibit 49, 50, and 51. And just to make
You're
it clear
watching
for
at Southern
the
Sin.
record, and from the video, Mr. Faust said he'd only seen one newspaper article about it. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
May.
And let the record reflect that I've shown the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 49, 50, and 51.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the photographs?
I do.
That photo? And do you recognize those documents? Let me ask you that. Have you seen those documents in your case file?
Yes, I have.
And follow up to that, you've reviewed your entire case file, is that right?
I have looked through the entire case file.
Okay, so
I'm familiar with the contents of the case file.
okay, perfect. Do you recall seeing those documents in the case file?
I believe seeing numerous newspaper clippings and articles in it. This one specifically, I don't recall, but I do recall seeing numerous newspaper clippings in there.
Sure. And the question I have for you is about the photo. Would it be fair to say that the photo of Ms. Baker in those documents that I provided to you is the photo that's mostly used when it comes to public information about Ms. Baker's case?
I would agree with that.
Your Honor, I would move to, and just to make sure you are familiar with those documents, you looked at those documents, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are those fair and accurate depictions of the documents that were in your case file?
I believe so, yes.
Have those documents been altered in any way?
I don't believe they have.
Your Honor, may I approach? Your Honor, I would move to introduce Defense Exhibit 51, Defense Exhibit 50, and Defense Exhibit 49 into evidence. And I would ask to be able to publish same to the jury.
Any objection?
As to the images, no, Your Honor. I didn't read the articles themselves, but I don't think that the contents of the articles themselves should be published to the jury.
I think that's correct. I think we need to redact them before you publish them, but during a break, I'll let you do that and I'll allow you to publish them.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. But they are admitted.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And you would agree in your statement to Mr. Faust, you never told him that his DNA was in Ms. Baker's body. Is that correct?
Did not have that opportunity.
Okay. You told Mr. Faust to explain why his DNA was in the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Outside of her body being in the house, you would agree that Mr. Faust's DNA was not in the house. Is that fair to say?
Mr. Faust's DNA was inside the house.
Outside of her body being in the house.
Her body was inside the house.
But for her body, Mr. Faust's DNA was nowhere else in the house. Is that correct?
I would agree with that.
Now, you asked Mr. Faust was asked about dating, and I believe the word, and if I am wrong, please, 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 please forgive me. But I believe he was asked about dating, I'm going to use a different word, white women. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Faust's response was that he had only dated one white chick, correct?
Yes.
And I want to emphasize the language you asked him, or he was asked specifically about dating. Is that fair?
Yes.
And Mr. Faust made clear that he doesn't discriminate when it comes to dating. Is that fair?
That's my recollection.
Okay. I also want to talk about the first portion of the interview that was played. I believe the state stated on the record that they stopped at 6:08:12. Would you agree that from the first portion, the very first clip that was played for the jury, Mr. Faust had already been advised that you all had 9 warrants for his arrest?
Yes.
The second clip that was played in regards to the conversation with Mr. Faust had been advised at least twice by the time we got to the second portion of the state's clip that you all had 9 warrants for his arrest. Is that fair?
Yes.
My final question for you is on May 9th, this interview was conducted. Is that right?
Yes.
And May 10th was the date that you all collected the buccal swabs.
The buccal swabs, yes.
The arrest warrants were obtained on May 9th as well, before the interview. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just to make sure I have this accurate. Interview takes place on May 9th. Arrest warrants secured on May 9th, but arrest warrants were before interview. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, May 10th, buccal swabs.
The buccal swabs were obtained on the next day, yes.
Thank you so much. Those are the questions that I have for you.
Thank you.
Any redirect of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down. All right, it's 12:30, ladies and gentlemen, a very good time for a lunch break. I'm going to send you to lunch and ask you to return at 1:45, so an hour and 15 minutes. As I've said throughout this entire time, please, of course, don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't do any independent research on your cell phones or computer or any other manner. Don't go to any of the locations, of course, you may have been hearing about. Other than that, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back here at 1:45. Thank you.
Your Honor, if the jury, it doesn't need to be in front of the jury.
Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin.
Thank you. All right, yeah, Mr. Yellingel, you had something you wanted to put on the record?
Oh, I was just asking if Agent Howe could be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
I believe we have you under subpoena. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay, I have no objection if I don't have him under subpoena.
All right, thank you. You are excused from any further service as a witness.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else we can take up before we adjourn for lunch?
I take that release as being he could be in the courtroom.
That's correct.
So,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense before we break for lunch?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. We'll be back on the record at 1:45.
Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button. You're watching at Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live. Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere.
in Georgia, where a man was arrested in the cold case murder of a University of Georgia law student. And this guy was fighting for bond. 48-year-old Edrick Faust, arrested earlier this year in the 2001 murder of law student Tara Baker. And firefighters discovered her body when they went to an apartment fire there, and they say that she was sodomized, she was strangled, and she was stabbed.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Is this Mr. Lloyd, Markeith Lloyd? All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and begin these first appearances. Sir, you're here for the charge of murder of a...
There ain't no Markeith Lloyd. Who are you?
All right, you're here for murder of a law enforcement officer, attempted murder of a law enforcement officer, carjacking with a firearm, aggravated assault.
May I have your name, please?
Is this...
Markeith Lloyd was captured, wanted for the murder of his pregnant girlfriend.
For real, you not about to kill me and the baby. This man, he has to be stopped.
See, they just stopped.
But no, you need a greater force than that. I'm not going to live past 25.
Most wanted man in Florida is waking up in a hospital this morning. Police captured Markeith Lloyd Tuesday night in Orlando.
Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to Southern Sin today for more exclusive crime episodes.
I guess you know what comes across my mind. Murder. Just murder, murder.
A lot of ladies think he's attractive.
Very nice, very well spoken.
This is what I do with women, you know. I use my charm, use my good looks. I'm like a lion. You're the prey, I can sense it.
I stand here today to announce the indictment of Wade Wilson for the murders of Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz.
Both of them had been strangled. The last person that they encountered was Mr. Wade Wilson.
He said he got back in the car and ran her over until she looked like spaghetti.
I choked her out so she couldn't breathe anymore. I was on a rampage at this point.
He's still pulling the strings from a jail cell. He's got an army of wives. That's all he's ever wanted.
To advocate for someone because you think he's handsome.
A rage overcomes me. Just kill, kill, kill. When I get that way, I become the devil.
I'm gonna be honest with you, son. Everybody in the state thinks you're a monster.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Teenager Sarah Grace Patrick went public on social media after her mother and stepfather were shot and killed in their own home. But what happened next has everyone shocked. And it's chilling. Sarah was just 16 when tragedy struck. On a February morning, her 5-year-old sister discovered the bodies of their parents, Kristen and James Brock, both shot in bed. Moments later, Sarah called 911 and then posted tearful TikToks and a haunting eulogy online, ending with the words, "I'm sorry." Now, authorities say the story isn't so simple. Sarah faces 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of aggravated assault, and she'll be tried as an adult. Investigators say a mountain of physical and digital evidence points to her involvement. Her social media activity, reaching out to true crime TikTok influencers, has only fueled suspicion. With no clear motive, the community is left asking the same question everyone's asking. Why would a teen allegedly kill her own parents? The case is far from over, and prosecutors claim they have evidence no one has seen yet. Follow the live trial daily on Southern Sin. True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
A summer night turned deadly when 17-year-old Alvin Foy unleashed chaos. On July 25, 2020, Foy and Jameer Manning fired 31 shots into a crowd on Essex Street over a petty dispute. A stray bullet struck 18-year-old China Forney, a high school senior, in the back, killing her as she fell in a friend's arms.
Prosecutors presented surveillance and ballistics, proving Foy fired the fatal shot. His not guilty plea crumbled as China's family spoke of their loss. Foy flashed smiles, then laughed outright, enraging the gallery.
Foy, on May 3rd, 2021, you are your co-defendant.
Excuse me a second. Let the record reflect that the defendant is laughing during the victim impact statement.
Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today for more exclusive crime episodes. You're watching At Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere.
A summer night turned deadly when 17-year-old Alvin Foy unleashed chaos. On July 25, 2020, Foy and Jameer Manning fired 31 shots into a crowd on Essex Street over a petty dispute. A stray bullet struck 18-year-old China Forney, a high school senior, in the back, killing her as she fell in a friend's arms.
Prosecutors presented surveillance and ballistics, proving Foy fired the fatal shot. His not guilty plea crumbled as China's family spoke of their loss. Foy flashed smiles, then laughed outright, enraging the gallery.
Foy, on May 3rd, 2021, you are your co-defendant.
Excuse me a second. Let the record reflect that the defendant is laughing during the victim impact statement.
Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today for more exclusive crime episodes. You're watching At Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere.
I just killed my mother. And
What happened, sir?
Earlier that evening, Champaign County dispatchers answered a 911 call from Shane's 14-year-old son. At first, it sounded like a routine emergency. But buried in the boy's trembling words was something far more chilling, an unsettling confession. The question wasn't just what happened inside that house, but who, exactly, was confessing to murder.
I just killed my mother. And
What happened, sir?
I just killed my mother, and I need to go to the hospital.
Captain Loney assures Shane his son is safe, tucked away in police custody. But behind the calm words, a darker truth lurks. As Shane's fear spirals, Loney tightens the net, asking pointed questions.
Give me a little history on your son. And is his name, am I correct, is his name Donovan?
Oh, God, yes, Donovan Asher Nicholas.
What's his date of birth?
Okay, I think he's 14 years old.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Okay. Has he been any behavior problem or anything to you?
Never. The boy is soft-spoken. He's a genius. He's very, very smart. He's non-confrontational.
Okay.
He's never done anything. No, this is not happening.
Has he ever inflicted harm to any family member or anything like that?
Never.
No harm to anyone?
Never. None.
Does he have friends and things of that nature?
No, he does not.
True Crime Tuesdays just got darker. Southern Sin's all-new episodes drop at 9 p.m. Subscribe now for exclusive content.
They left here around 7.
Do they normally go for this long of walks?
No. That's why we're concerned.
Katie's 15-year-old son Aiden and her boyfriend's 10-year-old daughter Kaya were missing, and at first, everyone assumed the minors were just off causing mischief. But as panic set in, a desperate search began, every second counting.
Did they say where they were going?
Well, they had mentioned running to the store and coming back.
Which store would they have gone to? The King Soopers?
Yeah, King Soopers.
Katie and her boyfriend Jacoby began the search. Guided by a tip from Aiden's twin, they checked King Soopers, a nearby Walgreens, and scoured the neighborhood. But it was as if Aiden and Kaya had vanished into thin air. Then, during a police public update, Jacoby called with news that brought both dread and relief. He had found Aiden. True Crime Tuesdays just got darker. Southern Sin's all-new episodes drop at 9 p.m. Subscribe now for exclusive content. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere. Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button.
Thank you for subscribing to At Southern Sin. Keep our algorithm high by hitting the like button now and use hashtag Sinners in the chat to win a free membership.
Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Hey everybody, Judge Lauren Lake here. Listen, I need you to head on over to YouTube weeknights at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Why? Because your favorite judge, I'm one of the new co-hosts of Truth Talks Season 2. And guess what? We're live every night at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on YouTube, only at Truth Talks Live. I'll see you there.
Investigators could only conclude the unimaginable, that this weight had been used to crush her skull and ultimately the life from her. But the horror did not end there. Inside the master bedroom closet lay Gloria's teenage son, Caleb. Only 17 years old, bound tightly in tape, his lifeless body discarded like he was nothing. True Crime Tuesdays just got darker. Southern Sin's all-new episodes drop at 9 p.m. Subscribe now for exclusive content.
In Georgia, where a man was arrested in the cold case murder of a University of Georgia law student. And this guy was fighting for bond, 48-year-old Edrick Faust, arrested earlier this year in the 2001 murder of law student Tara Baker. And firefighters discovered her body when they went to an apartment fire there, and they say that she was sodomized, she was strangled, and she was stabbed.
True Crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere. Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button.
Defense ready for the jury to come in? Yes, sir. All right, thank you. You may bring the jury in.
Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to resume the trial of State of Georgia versus Edrick Faust, SU 24CR0547. Is the state ready to proceed?
Ready, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may call your next witness, Mr. Bolden.
Thank you. State would call Zachira Sims.
Could you get Zachira Sims, please? Thank you.
You can go. Yeah, go. You can go ahead and have a seat. Ma'am, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And if you could start by stating and spelling your name for our court reporter, please.
It's Zachira Sims, spelled Xykira. Last name Sims.
And how are you employed, ma'am?
I'm employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, also known as the State Crime Lab, and the Division of Forensic Science.
And what is your position at the State Crime Lab?
I am a forensic DNA analyst.
How long have you been employed by the Crime Lab?
Over 4 years.
And based on your time at the State Crime Lab, are you classified as a senior scientist?
Yes.
Can you please explain what your job entails?
I receive evidence from state and local agencies in which I perform DNA analysis on. I also interpret data as well as generate reports that summarize my findings and conclusions. I also testify in court when needed.
Can you talk a little bit about your educational background?
I received a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science, as well as a Master's of Science in Biology from Western Carolina University. I also went through in-house training at the GBI, in which we were given lectures, PowerPoints, and literature reviews that outlined the entire DNA analysis process. We also were given mock case samples in which we performed the DNA analysis process on. We had to take and pass several written, oral, and practical exams. And then I went through a phase of supervised casework.
Ms. Sims, just briefly, what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is the genetic blueprint of life. You receive half from your mother, half from your father, and DNA is unique to each individual with the exception of identical siblings.
Can you explain briefly how DNA testing is performed?
We start by taking a cutting of a sample, placing it in a tube with chemicals to release any DNA that may be on that evidence item through a step called extraction. We then figure out how much DNA is in that sample through a step called quantification. We make many copies of specific regions of interest along the DNA, and then we separate and detect those copies in order to establish a visual representation of your DNA known as a DNA profile.
Okay. And is what you've just described the well-established DNA analysis method that's been around for approximately 25 years?
Yes.
Are you personally certified, ma'am?
I am not.
Okay. And are you a member of any professional societies?
I am not.
Have you testified before in court?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
13.
And are those in various superior courts throughout the state of Georgia?
Yes.
And have you been qualified as an expert in those times that you've testified in court?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to tender Ms. Sims as an expert in forensic biology and DNA analysis.
Any objection?
Our objection from a prior hearing, but we respect the Honorable Court's ruling. We would have the same objection.
The same objection. Thank you. I'm going to overrule the objection and admit this witness as an expert in forensic biology, and what was the other one that's
DNA analysis, Your
in
Honor.
forensic biology and DNA analysis. You may continue.
Ms. Sims, before we get into DNA testing that you did in connection with this case, I want to kind of fast forward a little bit to August of 2024. In that time period, were you asked to create cuttings from certain pieces of evidence that had already been submitted to the crime lab?
Yes, I was.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. Ms. Sims, I'm going to hand you first what has previously been marked or entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 25 and State's Exhibit 143. You already got your gloves on. Okay, excellent. Take a look at those. You recognize those items, ma'am?
I do.
And so essentially is State's Exhibit 143 an envelope containing cuttings that you took from State's Exhibit 45 and then sealed into an envelope?
Yes.
You recognize that by the unique DOFS case number as well as your initials all on State's 143?
Yes, the unique Division of Forensic Science case number as well as my initials and date.
Same question here. I'm handing you what's been previously tendered into evidence as State's 26 and State's 144. I ask you the same question. Do you recognize those, ma'am?
I do.
And just as before, Ms. Sims, did you take the contents of State's 26 and make cuttings of that, which you then placed into State's, I believe, 144?
Yes, I did.
And just as before, do you recognize that by the unique Division of Forensic Science case number as well as your initials and date of August 30th of 2024?
Yes, I do.
So now I do want to go back to earlier in 2024. And I want to say February or March of that year was certain DNA analysis requested on the case involving a victim by the name of Tara Baker.
Yes, our first service of male DNA screening.
Okay. And can you briefly describe how that testing was performed?
We took a cutting of the swab submitted within the kit. We placed it in a tube with chemicals to release any DNA that's present. We then figured out how much DNA, specifically looking for the presence of any male DNA within that sample.
And I don't want to get too in detail about it, but what was the testing kit that you used to screen for the presence of male DNA in this case?
We used the Quantifiler Trio quantification kit.
Okay. And if you know, ma'am, how long has that particular kit been used by the GBI crime lab?
The GBI validated in 2017 and implemented it in 2017.
And Ms. Sims, is that particular kit more sensitive than testing that existed back in 2001?
Yes, it is.
And when you use that particular kit, did you do so on 3 separate items that had been submitted from the sexual assault kit collected at the time of Miss Baker's autopsy?
Yes, I had 3 items. I had item 2B, rectal swabs. I had item 2J, oral swab B, and then 2I, oral swabs B, and then 2J, oral swabs A.
And can you please tell the jury what, if any, results you had when you screened for the presence of male DNA in those 3 pieces of evidence?
Those 3 pieces of evidence all revealed the presence of male DNA.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May.
My handy was from Washington State 1-3. Do you recognize that, ma'am?
I do. It is the male DNA screening report that I generated.
Does that report accurately summarize the results of the male DNA screening test that you just described?
It does.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Moving forward, after you had determined that there was an amount of male DNA present in each of those items, 2B, 2I, 2J, what was the next step that you undertook, ma'am?
All 3 of those pieces of evidence items went on to a DNA typing request service.
Okay, and if you could briefly describe how that test is performed.
We took a cutting of each of those evidence item samples. We placed it in a tube with chemicals to release the DNA. We used a specific DNA extraction method that allowed us to separate into 2 fractions, one of which is non-sperm fraction, and then the other sperm cell fraction. We then figured out how much DNA was in those samples. We then made many copies of specific regions along the DNA, and then we separated and detected those copies and established DNA profiles.
And so you spoke a little bit about fractions, and I want to talk just a little bit more in detail about that. Can you describe how this particular step in your analysis is able to separate, I think you said sperm cells from non-sperm cells?
Hang on a second, Mr. Bolden, if you'll just wait for just a moment. All right, you may ask that question again.
Ms. Sims, I believe my question was if you could speak in just a little bit more detail about how this differential extraction step is able to separate, I believe you said sperm cells from non-sperm cells.
It's called a differential extraction, and it utilizes the structure of sperm cells to its advantage. So we start by taking the cutting, putting it in a tube with chemicals to release the DNA. This will be any non-sperm cells. Then we are able to move that to a separate tube and categorize that as our first fraction or our non-sperm fraction.
All right, hang on just a moment, please. Yes, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you into the jury room. Please don't discuss the case. You all may be seated. Before we get started, I just want to make sure that everyone in the courtroom has their cell phone put away and off. There's a lot of distraction going on from people coming and going in the courtroom to the outside and back again, and it is very distracting. And so, first of all, I'm going to ask everyone who's in the audience if you can remain seated as much as possible. That would be incredibly helpful. But also, our bailiff is doing a really good job of making sure that people are not using their cell phones, and I appreciate that very much. But she's in charge, and you cannot have your cell phone on or out. And so I ask everybody to cooperate. If you don't, you're not going to be able to stay. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Cruz, go ahead.
Sure. So the testimony from Ms. Sims is extremely prejudicial because GBI, as a policy, they do not refer to second fraction cells as sperm because second fraction could be skin cells, it could be saliva, it could be sperm. But the testimony that Ms. Sims has given is outside of the scope of what she would be able to testify to as a GBI agent. She just looked directly at the jury and told the jury that she has non-sperm cells as well as sperm cells. And there is no evidence in this case, but it has been put before the jury at this time that the DNA that was found was sperm.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bolden, any response to the objection? All right.
I disagree. I think that
the witness is Ms. Sims, is there a GBI policy that you...
Mr. Cruz, we're not going to go there.
I'm sorry. But this is...
So I'm making a ruling about your objection. We have had a hearing outside the presence of the jury where this court ruled that this testimony is admissible. We've gone through a lot of this, and I'm going to overrule your objection.
Well, I'll ask you this, Your Honor. We didn't get into sperm I'll say this. I don't think I'm asking for at this time is an instruction to the jury, but if you're saying you're denying my request, I accept that ruling. But I would ask if I could have the opportunity to flesh that issue out for the purposes of the appellate record if need be.
Not at this time, Mr. Cruz, and I'm overruling your objection.
Yes, ma'am.
If you would like to submit some sort of jury instructions that we can talk about in terms of alerting the jury to your issues, we'll do that at charge conference. But this testimony has already been ruled admissible by this court at a previous hearing, and I'm not overturning that order. So that'll be all. Thank you. Anything else before I bring the jury in? All right, you may bring the jury in. Thank you. Be seated. Mr. Bolden, you may begin. If you want to ask that question again, you may. I've distracted you all from an announcement, so go ahead.
And Ms. Sims, basically what I want to get to is in the process of this differential extraction, does that always result in a perfect separation of male DNA from female DNA?
No, it doesn't.
Can you speak just generally to how, I guess, there might be some, it's a horrible word, but I can't think of anything else, commingling of those after a differential extraction?
It is sample dependent, and it can be how much male DNA or female DNA we had to begin with. There could be some carryover between both of the fractions.
Now, after you perform this differential extraction on these three pieces of evidence, I think we talked about 2B, 2I, and 2J, were you able to obtain a DNA profile from the first fraction of all three of those pieces of evidence?
Yes, I was.
And in all three instances, to whom did the DNA profile belong in that first fraction?
The DNA from the first fraction of 2B, 2I, and 2J all match the profile of Tara Baker.
Okay. Now, as it relates to the second fraction of each of these pieces of evidence, I think maybe we should go one at a time. So I want to speak first to item 2B, which is the rectal swab.
You may. And I need to take care of a matter that is unrelated to this moment, but I need to take care of it now. And so I'm going to ask you to go into the jury room and not discuss the case. I'm going to let you step down and have a seat outside and stretch your legs and things of that nature, and we'll be with you as soon as possible. Thank you very much. If you'll go into the jury room, don't discuss the case. And you may step down. Yeah, may I be seated? Thank you. All right, everyone be at ease for a couple of minutes. everybody ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You may bring the jury in. So there's nothing. Y'all may be seated. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We're ready to resume. Mr. Bolden, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Sims, I want to, okay, we were talking, if I remember correctly, about what data or conclusions you were able to make related to the second fractions on each of these three items of evidence, 2B, 2I, 2J. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go a little out of order, and I want to start with item 2I. And 2I, is that you have that marked as oral swabbings B?
Yes, that's what it was labeled as.
Okay. And so in the second fraction of item 2I, were you able to develop a partial major DNA profile in that particular fraction?
Yes, the DNA was obtained from at least two individuals, and a partial major DNA profile was developed that could not be contributed to Tara Baker or Chris Moulton.
And was that partial major profile obtained that you said did not belong to Tara Baker, did not belong to Chris Melton? Was that eligible for entry into CODIS?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Is CODIS a national database of DNA?
It is.
And are there approximately 23 million samples in CODIS as of December 25?
Yes.
And once an item is entered into CODIS, is it compared on a routine basis to other profiles found in that database?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm going to go back to 2B and 2J. Did you obtain information related to DNA profiles or potential DNA profiles in each of those items?
Yes, DNA data was obtained from the second fraction of both of those items. However, due to a complex mixture and low-level data, it was sent off to true allele analysis.
Okay. And would that be for each of those, 2B, which is rectal swabs, and 2J, which is, I believe, that's where I get really confused, oral swabbings A?
Yes.
And you mentioned that those were forwarded over to True Allele. Ms. Sims, are you trained in True Allele?
No, I am not.
Okay, and so that data, then just to be clear, was forwarded, almost dropped my pen, forwarded to another scientist who is trained to use True Allele?
Yes.
And just like before, Ms. Sims, as it relates to the DNA typing that you were able to do in this differential extraction process, did you create a report to summarize your findings?
Yes.
Just like before?
Yes.
Okay. I can approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as 164. Is that just a copy of the report that you generated summarizing the findings that you just discussed with the jury?
Yes, it is.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
It's admitted.
Ms. Sims, lastly, At some point after doing the DNA typing analysis that you just described, were you able to conduct DNA analysis with the partial major profile that you just described in item 2I, comparing that to a known sample of DNA obtained from Edrick Faust?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And from where did you obtain that DNA profile of Mr. Faust?
It was from a known reference sample that was submitted.
Were those buccal swabs?
Yes, those are buccal swabs.
Okay. And particularly as it relates to any analysis that you were able to perform between that partial major profile in item 2I and the known buccal known profile obtained from the buccal swab of Mr. Faust, what were the results of that comparison?
The DNA that was obtained from item 2I, the partial major profile was compared and it was a match to Edrick Faust, and the frequency in which we would expect the particular DNA profile, the partial major developed, is 1 in 800 quadrillion, and that's 800 followed by 15 zeros. And that's how often we would expect to see that particular partial major DNA profile in a given population.
So 1 in 800 quadrillion, did I get that right?
Yes.
And if you know, ma'am, approximately how many people are located on the planet?
Approximately 8 billion.
Ms. Sims, those are all the questions that I have for you. Defense counsel may have some questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cruz.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sims. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for asking. My name is Ahmad Cruz, and I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Faust. Is it okay if I ask you a couple of questions?
Yes.
All right. I want to go back to something you mentioned on direct examination. You mentioned a non-sperm fraction and a sperm fraction. Do you remember making that statement?
Yes.
Did you test the DNA for sperm?
No, it's not a confirmatory test. The extraction method itself theoretically separates into those fractions.
Were you aware that GBI did conduct a sperm test?
On the
Swabs. Correct, that you had.
I was not aware.
Okay, so you're not aware that the GBI determined that those swabs did not contain sperm?
I was not aware.
And just to make sure we're clear, you didn't test it for sperm, is that right?
I did not.
And the swabbings that you tested, is it fair to say that you tested 2 oral swabs?
Yes.
Okay, and 1 anal swab?
Yes, labeled as rectum and oral A and B.
And pursuant to GBI policy and your testing, it is common to receive 2 or more oral swabs. Is that fair?
I think it depends on the specific kit, what you receive within the sexual assault kit.
Sure. What do you typically receive?
We typically receive orifice swabs. We do see oral swabs.
How many? Just typically on average.
On average, I usually see 1.
How long has the GBI had access to True Allele?
I'm not sure. I'm not trained in True Allele.
Okay. In this case, was it uncommon to receive 2 oral swabs?
I couldn't say.
Well, you said on average you receive 1. So you don't know if it's common or uncommon if you see 2?
I wouldn't say that I haven't seen 2 before, but I also, on average, I typically see 1 oral swab package labeled, but it is case specific and kit specific what they collect and how they label them and what they submit.
Sure, that's fair. You've seen kits where you've had 3 oral swabs, is that correct?
Not that I recall.
Never?
Not that I recall.
And how long have you been with GBI?
Approximately 4 years.
How long have you been in the division dealing with DNA?
4 years.
Course indulgence. No further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Bolden?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I forgot. My apologies. We were talking about the DNA analysis that you performed on that partial major profile from item 2I with the known reference sample of Edrick Faust. Just like before, did you reduce your findings that you just testified to in the form of a report in that case as well?
Yes, I did.
Back approach the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is stage 165 in the sentence. Is that just a copy of your report related to the comparison that you did between that partial major profile and the known sample from the defendant Edrick Faust?
Yes, it is.
Any objection?
No objection. I think I have a continuing on the record regarding reports with hearsay, but otherwise, no objection.
All right, it is admitted.
Those are all the questions I have.
Any recross, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
May this witness be excused.
I ask that she be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection from the defense?
No, ma'am.
You are free to go. You may call your next witness.
Ashley Hinkle.
Sorry, did you say Hinkle?
Hinkle.
Could you get Ashley Hinkle, please?
Ma'am, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm your testimony in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can have a seat. And ma'am, if you could start by just stating your name and spelling it for the record, please.
Ashley Hinkle, ASHLEY, HINKLE.
And how are you employed, ma'am?
I'm employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Forensic Biology Section in Decatur, Georgia.
How long, or what is your position at the GBI Crime Lab?
I am a forensic biologist. Technically, I'm called a Crime Lab Scientist 3.
And how long have you been employed there?
It will be 20 years in July.
Can you please explain what your job entails?
Primarily, my job entails examining evidence for the presence of bodily fluids. If those are there, I attempt to attain a DNA profile from the evidence, and then I compare that to a DNA profile obtained from what's called a reference sample, which is a sample collected directly from an individual. I then write reports and peer review the work of other scientists. I'm also trained in a computer program for complex mixtures called True Allele.
And we'll certainly talk more about True Allele in just a few minutes. Can you speak a little bit to your education and training that qualifies you to perform those tasks that you just described?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from East Carolina University and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from Marshall University. I also have extensive in-house training at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the National Forensic Science Technology Center in Largo, Florida. And I participate in continuing education on a yearly basis, as well as proficiency testing.
Ms. Hinkle, briefly, what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's found throughout our bodies in what's called our cells. It gives us unique characteristics, such as the color of our eyes and the color of our hair. And no two people have the same DNA except for identical siblings.
Can you speak a little bit to how DNA testing is performed?
The DNA testing, the traditional DNA typing service, is a small cutting of evidence is taken. It's added into liquid chemicals that help separate the DNA from the other biological material that's present. A robot is also used to assist in the separation procedure. When the clean DNA in a tube is the end product, and that is quantified to determine how much human DNA and male DNA is present. Those values are then used for the next step, which is amplification, where copies along the DNA strand of 21 locations plus 3 for gender that we use to compare between individuals. These copies of DNA, which are small fragments of DNA, are separated by size on a genetic analyzer, and the output from this instrument is used in a software program called Gene Mapper IDX, where the profile is typed. And the profile at the 21 locations should have no more than 2 pieces of genetic information, or 1 piece of genetic information in the form of peaks. 2, if the information is different, that is inherited from a mother and a father, and just 1 peak if you inherit the same piece of fragment of DNA from the mother and the father.
And so is that the process by which you obtain a DNA profile on a piece of evidence or from a known reference sample?
It's the same for a piece of evidence, which we call an unknown, as well as a reference sample called a known. The extraction for the unknown samples and the reference samples take place at different times.
Ms. Hinkle, I do want to turn now to true allele. You mentioned that earlier. What is true allele?
True allele is what's called a probabilistic genotyping software. So it breaks down complex DNA mixtures into possible genotypes for individual contributors. The possible genotypes are giving a probability at each of these 21 locations along the DNA strand. This information, the genotypes and the probabilities, are compared to a reference sample of the individual. Then there is a result in the form of what's called a likelihood ratio. An individual can be included, not included, or there is a area between a match and a non-match, which we consider inconclusive.
I think you may have touched on this briefly in one of your earlier answers, but what would prompt one to use true allele, or when is it appropriate to use true allele to analyze DNA obtained from a piece of evidence?
We use true allele when the other methods we have to separate DNA into individual contributors, we're not able to do that. In order to separate a DNA mixture into individual contributors, there must be an imbalance between how much of DNA each person contributed, so that these little peaks that we look at are different in size. This difference in size can allow us to separate a complex mixture into individual contributors. We can also up to 3 individuals in a sample. If there is 1 major contributor, we can separate that major contributor. But if those methods don't work, then we can use the true allele software system.
Gotcha. Can you talk a little bit about any true allele training that you've had?
My true allele training started around 2017. We implemented true allele in 2018, but it consisted of reading background information on true allele, a small weekly presentations by the individual who developed the software and the company called Cybergenetics. We also practiced with mixtures where the contributors were known. These mixtures consisted of a mixture of DNA from individuals, most of them employed in the lab. So practice and literature review, because this was the first time we were using this software in the lab.
Has TrueAllele been validated by the GBI crime lab to interpret low levels and or mixtures of DNA collected from items of evidence?
Yes, it has.
And has it also been subject to validation studies and peer review outside of the GBI crime lab?
Yes, it has. It's been used by other labs, so there have been other validations before they must use it, before they're allowed to use it in casework.
Do you receive ongoing training outside of anything that you already spoke about as it relates to TrueAllele specifically?
The TrueAllele people, not everyone in the lab is trained in TrueAllele. So our group, we do meet and have, we discuss any kind of issues we have, our suggestions for improvement, and also new literature we read and discuss.
Have you used TrueAllele software to interpret DNA samples?
Yes.
Any idea how many times?
Oh, hundreds.
Ms. Hinkle, have you testified in court before in the fields of forensic biology, forensic DNA analysis, and TrueAllele or probabilistic genotyping in general?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 300.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender Ms. Hinkle as an expert in forensic biology, forensic DNA analysis, and TrueAllele analysis.
Any objection by the defense?
No, ma'am.
All right. This witness is admitted as an expert in the areas of forensic biology, forensic DNA, and TrueAllele analysis. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hinkle, before we get into TrueAllele, I know we just spent 10 minutes or so talking about TrueAllele, but before we get into that, I want to ask you about something else. In this case involving a victim by the name of Tara Baker, were you recently asked to review a report that was generated by a former GBI forensic biologist by the name of Cynthia Wood, specifically DNA analysis that she conducted on certain pieces of physical evidence back in 2010?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And if I didn't make it clear, is Ms. Wood still employed by the GBI?
No, sir. She's no longer in the state.
What actions did you take to review Ms. Wood's analysis?
I reviewed her data, and I used it to write the report. So it was just a paper review of what's the information in our computer system that was available to reach my own conclusions and write a report.
And just so the jury understands, what items of evidence were analyzed by Ms. Wood back in 2010?
There was a ligature, which is item 6. There was a knife, item 15, as well as a bloodstain card labeled Tara Baker.
And did you have the opportunity to review the data that Ms. Wood relied upon to form her conclusions as to those pieces of evidence?
Yes, I did.
And based on your observations of her data and results, were you able to form your own conclusions as to DNA analysis that was performed on both the ligature and the knife?
Yes, I did.
Was a DNA profile obtained on both the ligature and the knife?
Yes.
Were you able to determine whose DNA was present on both?
Yes.
On each of those items, how many profiles were present?
Just one.
And to whom did that profile belong?
Tara Baker.
Did you make a report that kind of summarized your observations and review of Ms. Wood's data from back in 2010 that you used to come to your own conclusions?
Yes, I did.
If I can approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is stage 166. Is that the report that you generated after kind of going through the process of reviewing Ms. Wood's work?
Yes, it is.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Ms. Hinkle, now we will go back to true allele. Were you asked to perform true allele, excuse me. Bear with me. And so let's put aside the review of Ms. Wood's report now. In this case, were you also asked to perform certain DNA analysis using true allele that you described just a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
Could you please explain what data you received and how you used that data to run it through true allele?
First, I received the data from the second fraction from the rectal swabs, oral swabs B, and oral swabs A that were from the sexual assault kit of Tara Baker. I used reference samples to make a comparison, and those were of Tara Baker, Chris Melton, and Edrick Faust.
And then actually, I think, was there a time that you used true allele to interpret this data, but without the known reference sample of Mr. Faust?
Yes, my first report was issued without having the reference sample of Mr. Faust.
And in that first report, I want to talk specifically about the partial major profile obtained in the second fraction of item 2I. Did you compare that profile against the known profiles of Tara Baker and Chris Melton?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, were your results?
For the second fraction from the sample from 2I, there was a major contributor. Chris Melton is excluded. He was approximately 300 duodecillion times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. Tara Baker was also excluded, 1 tridecillion times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
And what was that report dated, Ms. Hinkle?
That report was dated May 2nd, 2024.
And so lastly, Ms. Hinkle, I want to turn your attention to a time when you used true allele to analyze pieces of evidence. However, this time with the additional, information that was in the form of a known DNA profile from Edrick Faust.
Okay.
Were you able to run a subsequent true allele test, excuse me, involving items collected from Ms. Baker's sexual assault kit, 2B, 2I, 2J, with the known reference samples of both Chris Melton and Edrick Faust?
Yes, I used the information, the data that was already generated when I wrote the first report. All I had to do was compare it to the reference samples.
And we'll go through each item of evidence and talk a little bit about the, is it likelihood ratio? Am I getting that terminology correct? The likelihood ratio that was reported for each. Let's start with item 2B, which is the rectal swabs. Can you tell the jury what information that you were able to learn about the second fraction of item 2B?
The second fraction from the rectal swabs, 2B, there was a match between the data from the second fraction from the rectal swabs and Chris Melton. This match is approximately 60,000 times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated individual. And the comparisons between Tara Baker and Edrick Faust, between their reference profiles, is inconclusive because meaningful match statistics were not obtained. That's just our way of communicating that their results fell within an inconclusive range, where during our validation, we had false matches and false exclusions. So in between this range, we do not report a match or an exclusion.
Gotcha. Ms. Hinkle, based on your training and experience and coupled with the results of true allele on item 2B, the rectal swabs that you've just described, is there anything in your opinion that might be significant in finding someone's DNA being present in this particular piece of evidence aside from that individual engaging in anal intercourse?
Besides from anal intercourse, it is not unusual for there to be drainage from the vaginal area into the rectal area. Also, wiping from one area to another can transfer the DNA so that even though there's not anal intercourse, an individual's profile can show up in the second fraction of a rectal swab.
Is there anything else based on casework that you've done that might be significant in, again, finding someone's DNA in this particular orifice?
There's another way for DNA to be transferred from the vaginal area to the rectal area. That would be transferred by another individual. For example, I worked a case and that has already gone to court, but it involved an individual who was tied down and sexually assaulted a female. And then her girlfriend knocked on the door to find out where she was, and she was dragged in and sexually assaulted. So even though these two females never had contact with each other, the female who was tied down in the bed, the other victim's DNA was found on her.
Ms. Hinkle, I want to move now to true allele analysis as it relates to item 2I. Can you describe for the jury the results of your DNA analysis using true allele on that particular piece of evidence?
For the second fraction from the oral swabbings 2I, there was a major contributor. The match with this major contributor data from the second fraction from the oral swabs and Edrick Faust. This match is approximately 30 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. And due to limited data, no conclusive determinations could be made about the minor evidence genotype from the second fraction from the oral swabs. And there were at least 2 individuals in that DNA mixture.
To include, as you just testified, the likelihood ratio, one of those being Mr. Faust, am I understanding that?
Correct. The major contributor was a match 30 octillion times more probable to Mr. Faust.
30 octillion, can you speak a little bit to the size of that number?
Octillion is 27 zeros, so 30 would be an extra zero, so 28 zeros. It's a large number.
Lastly, Ms. Hinkle, I want to move on to item 2J. Can you speak to the results, if any, that you obtained using true allele on item 2J?
For item 2J, there was a match between the second fraction from what was described as oral swabs to Chris Melton. This match is approximately 8 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match in an unrelated person in the population. There was also a match between the second fraction from the oral swabs and Edrick Faust. This match is approximately 70 billion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. And there was a third person in this mixture. It was a mixture of 3 individuals. And again, I could not make the results for the comparison to this minor contributor and Tara Baker fell within this inconclusive range.
May I approach one last time?
You may.
Ms. Hinkle, I'm going to show you what I've marked. It's 167 and 168. It states exhibit 167, a copy of the report that he generated on May 2nd that involved true allele analysis without the known reference sample of the defendant Edrick Faust.
Yes, it is.
It states 168, a copy of the report that you just most recently been testifying about, which is your true allele results with the added known reference sample from the survivor.
Yes.
Any objection? They are admitted.
Just a few more questions, Ms. Hinkle. So, ma'am, based on your training and experience, can you speak a little bit to the amount of time that a forensic biologist might reasonably expect to find DNA present in, say, an oral swab versus a vaginal swab?
For an oral swab, based on the literature I've looked at, 24 hours is around the maximum time. 5 to 6 hours is more credible as far as there still being enough male DNA present in the oral cavity for us to test. As far as vaginal swabs, 7 days has been the reported max. We like to see the kits collected within 72 hours, though, for best result.
But 77 days or a week would be like the kind of the far end.
That's at the far end, yes.
Okay. And can you speak a little bit as to why the detection period for these two places in the body may be different?
The oral cavity individual is going to will spit out the sample possibly, or brush their teeth or drink before the sample is collected, and that decreases the detection of the male DNA in the oral cavity of a living individual. For the vaginal area, it survives longer in the vaginal canal, but that does vary. Because it's of the conditions in the vaginal canal, and because of the sperm themselves have a protective layer that help them to survive in the vaginal canal. They are there for a longer time.
Ms. Hinkle, based on your training and experience, coupled specifically with the true allele results that you obtained on, I think, June 11th of 2024, specifically as it relates to items 2I and 2J, do you have an opinion, ma'am, as to whether or not those items were collected from the same part of the body of the victim?
Yes, I do have an opinion.
What is that?
Well, the profiles that were obtained from these 2 items were distinctly different. One was a major contributor and a minor contributor. So the 2I was at least 2 individuals, a major contributor and a minor contributor. The 2J, though, was at least 3 individuals. and 2 of those individuals were able to match, but there was also the presence of a minor contributor. So if the same cavity is swabbed, we would expect similar results in the DNA typing.
Based on I think you said nearly 20 years that you've spent at the GBI crime lab. Am I remembering that right?
Yes.
Would it be unusual to you in your training and experience to not receive vaginal swabs if there was suspected vaginal penetration?
It would be
assault.
It would be unusual, yeah, and especially coming from a sexual assault kit of a deceased individual, when they don't know what type of sexual interaction occurred, they will sample the 3 orifices.
And those would be, just to be clear,
oral, rectal, and vaginal.
Ms. Hinkle, those are all the questions I have for you, ma'am. Defense counsel may have some questions. Yeah.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cruz.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hinkle. How are you?
Thank you.
My name is Attorney Ahmad Cruz. As you know, we've had opportunity to speak, and I represent Mr. Edrick Faust. Is it okay, Ms. Hinkle, if I ask you a couple of questions?
Of course.
Okay. We'd agree that you've been with GBI for 20 years. Is that correct?
Almost, yes.
Okay. And you have a supervisory position. Is that correct?
No, I do not.
You mentioned that you oversee, I thought I heard on direct that you said you oversaw or you reviewed others' work. Am I mistaken on that?
That's a process called peer review, and all the scientists in the section, we report DNA services, but we also review the services that other individuals complete, just to have a second set of eyes on the results before they are released.
Okay. But that's pretty much your coworker would do the same thing. It's not a supervisory process.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. In this case, you reviewed 2 oral swabs and an anal swab. Is that right?
That's what they're labeled, yes.
Okay. And is it uncommon to receive 2 oral swabs per GBI policy?
Sorry.
Is it uncommon to receive 2 oral swabs per GBI policy?
2 separate sets. It's not really a GBI policy because it's collected by other individuals, but it would be unusual to receive 2 sets of oral swabs and no vaginal swabs.
Is it possible that the vaginal swabs may have been, well, you wouldn't know. What year did you test these items?
It was recently, so the true allele was in 2024.
Okay. So you don't know if the absence of a vaginal swab is due to a loss?
I can't say. I wasn't there.
That's fair. That's fair. But you have seen cases where you've seen 2, 4 oral swabs, things of that nature?
Usually if there's multiple swabs, they're within the same envelope and not in separate envelopes.
These were in separate packages that you received, them, A and B?
Those, yes, separate envelopes.
I'd like to talk to you about the DNA obtained from the second fraction from the rectal swab. Is that fair?
Yes.
I believe your testimony on direct examination, you stated that there were, at least 3 individuals
correct
in the DNA mixture?
Correct.
And Mr. Melton's DNA profile was the only identifiable DNA profile. Is that correct?
Correct.
And 1 in 65,000, that's still a strong likelihood ratio. Is that correct?
It's 1 in 60,000, and based on our validation, any match over 1 in 10,000 times more probable is what we report, because we observed no false matches over 10,000 times more likely. So yes, it is a match. It's on the lower end, but it's still, based on our validation, should not be a false match.
Okay, that's fair. And you stated that in regards to the inconclusive range, you can't give an opinion whether a person is present or not present there.
Correct.
And is it fair to call Mr. Melton's DNA that was identified in the anus as male second fraction DNA? Is that fair?
It was in the second fraction, yes.
Excellent. And you didn't test this fraction for sperm, is that correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that second fraction DNA could be sperm, skin cells, blood, or saliva?
The aim is to obtain only a profile from the sperm, but there can be some crossover of other types of DNA, other types of cells into that second fraction. So it's difficult to say.
Yes, ma'am. Was it difficult to say that the second fraction could be skin cells, blood, and saliva? Or are you saying that's difficult to say?
We're told not to say that it.
Well, I don't want you to say anything you're told not to say.
Yeah. We don't say it's something unless we know it's something.
Certain.
So I don't want to go out.
Okay, understood. That's fair. That's fair. Are you familiar with the Journal of Forensic Sciences article entitled "The Persistence of Sperm and the Development of Time Since Intercourse Guidelines in Sexual Assault Cases"?
That's one, yes.
Are you familiar with that one?
Well, I've recently reviewed.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to show you that document if it's okay. Okay, I'm going to ask you some questions off of that document. Let the record reflect that I'm showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 52. Let the record reflect that I am showing the witness what has been marked as Defense Exhibit number 52. And Ms. Hinkle, please take your time, review that document. Once you're comfortable that it is accurate, it hasn't been altered in any way, please look up for me. Okay. Is that document a reliable authority in your field?
The journal is.
Yes, ma'am.
And they would not accept a paper without a review before it's published, so it would be reliable.
Yes, ma'am. I would like you to look at page 588 of that document. I'd like you to look at the last paragraph. On on the left column.
That's 588.
Yes, ma'am, 588.
Okay.
All right, and then we're looking at the left column and the last sentence on the left column. You'd agree that it states, in general, sperm can be detected in the anus up to 24 hours time since intercourse. Is that correct?
That's what it states, yes.
Okay. And it says sperm can persist for over 2 days after intercourse. Is that correct?
2 days after anal intercourse.
Yes, ma'am. And then at the top, we have table 8. Do you see table 8 at the top on the right column? And there were 5 anal swabs. And I'm sorry, we're looking at the 96 hours to 120 hour range. Do you see where there was 5 anal swabs tested in that 5-day range?
There were 5, yes, that were tested after that range.
Okay, and all 5 came back as negative for the presence of DNA. Is that correct?
Yes.
In the middle of that paragraph, and we're on the right side now, it says the expectation. I'm sorry, we're at the. I'd like you to go to the 4th sentence, the first paragraph on the right side of the document. And it starts with the expectation of finding. Do you see that, Ms. Hinkle?
Yes.
It says the expectation of finding anal swabs positive for, and I'll just say DNA instead of that word, at a time since intercourse of less than 48 hours can be considered low. And the expectation of finding DNA at time since intercourse greater than 48 hours can be considered extremely low. Is that correct?
Oh, it was expectation of finding sperm greater than 48 hours can be, yes, that's what it says.
In 2 sentences down, it says our experience at FSI, which is the journal, is that it is unlikely that sperm would be detected on internal swabs beyond a TSI, which is time since intercourse, of 24 hours. Is that correct?
Their experience at the institution that did this study, correct.
Are you also familiar with course indulgence? The Canadian Society of Forensic Science Journal article providing evidence-based opinions on time since intercourse based on body fluid test results of internal samples. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Court's indulgence. And I am marking this document as defense exhibit. Can you say the number of the exhibit that you have?
52.
52. So this would be marked as defense exhibit 53. Thank you. Oh, that is the wrong copy. I am so sorry. That is my copy. Yeah, that's the wrong copy. This is your copy. There you go. Is it okay if I approach you, Dr. Ms. Hinkle? I want to call you doctor. Please forgive me. And please take your time and look over that document once you've had opportunity to look over it and make sure it hasn't been altered in any way. And you recognize it, you can look up. That article that I just handed you, is that established as a reliable authority in your field of work?
The journal, yes, and they wouldn't accept an article, an item for publication unless it is valid.
Yes, ma'am. 1 second, Ms. Hinkle. Thank you for your patience. And you're familiar with the Canadian Science of Forensic Sciences, the Canadian Society of Forensic Science Journal article providing evidence-based opinions on time-sense intercourse based on body fluid testing results of internal samples. Is that correct?
Yes.
I would like you to look at page 61. I would like you to look at the last paragraph on page 61. And would you agree that the first sentence of the last paragraph of page 61 states, in the literature review, the maximum reported time frames from the detection of spermatozoa were 7 days for the vaginal cavity. Is that correct? 3 days for the rectal cavity. Is that correct? Correct. And less than 24 hours for the oral cavity. Is that correct? Court's indulgence. Were you asked to conduct any DNA testing on hairs found on Ms. Baker's body?
I was not.
Is that a capability that GDI has?
It is one, yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Bolden? All right.
Ms. Hinkle, you were asked several questions on cross-examination about the detection period. Come over here to the microphone. Of the detection period for male DNA in a rectal swab after anal intercourse. Going back to the case that you specifically referenced on direct examination, where an individual was able to transfer DNA from one victim to the next. In that context, would that reset, or not even reset, would that start the detection period for potentially DNA being located on an anal swab? Does that question make sense?
Yes. I mean, it's possible for an individual to transfer fluids from the vaginal into the rectal area if there is insertion in both areas. So it would kind of restart the clock, so to speak, as far as the time frame.
That's all I have, ma'am. Thank you.
Any, excuse me, any request, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
May this witness be excused?
I would ask that she be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
You are free to go. You may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state rests.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take up some matters outside your presence. If you'll go into the jury room, don't discuss the case. We'll be with you shortly.
For 6 days or 5 days. The swabs wouldn't last that long.
All right, the state rested. Mr. Faust, I'm going to address you. You don't need to respond to the court. I'm going to address you, and then I'm going to take a break. And Mr. Cruz, you let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Faust, the state has rested. And what that means now is this, that this is the opportunity, if you and counsel want to present evidence. The burden is not on the defense. It's always on the state. But most importantly, I want to speak to you about your right to remain silent. You have the absolute right to remain silent under the Constitution of this country and, of course, the Constitution of Georgia. And that means exactly what it sounds like, that no one can make you take the stand and testify against yourself. Even your lawyers. I always tell persons that I'm speaking to speak with their attorneys and to listen to their advice. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the decision as to whether to testify in your own defense is yours and yours alone. I want to make sure that's clear. But you have the absolute right to remain silent. I want to make sure you understand, Mr. Faust, that if you decide to take the stand, that you will be cross-examined by the state, and you need to understand that. But you have the absolute right to remain silent. And again, no one can force you in any way to take the stand and testify. Mr. Cruz, do you have any questions that you would like the court to ask your client at this point?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Okay.
We'll talk.
I'm certainly going to give you time to talk. Take as much time as you need. Let me know when you're ready, and then we'll address any other matters.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, court is adjourned until that time. Thank you. You can just let us know, Mr. Cruz, by letting the bailiff know, and we'll come back upstairs.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
We have a room to speak in. They typically just use this room down here. Can our team go to the room and talk with Mr. Faust?
Certainly happy to facilitate that. I'm going to leave that up to the sheriff's department. You know what? I think this would probably be best. I'll give you the courtroom.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell everybody who is in the courtroom to vacate the courtroom until we start court again. So I'll give you the courtroom.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. If everyone would please leave, and we'll let you know when we are ready to resume court. Thank you.
Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin.
Hit us in the chat if you think the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Hit us in the chat if you think the defendant is guilty or not guilty.
Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. You're watching at Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere.
you one more time. As I said earlier, I hope you've had sufficient time to speak with your counsel. I want to make sure you understand that you have the absolute right to testify, but you also have the absolute right to remain silent. If you choose to remain silent, I will instruct the jury that they are not allowed in any way to use that against you or to hold that against you or to consider it in any way. All right, thank you. Mr. Cruz, anything you'd like to articulate to the court?
A couple of things. Before we get into the case, Sharon, I want to let you know that I just found out my wife is in the hospital, so we'll need to address that shortly. But to take care of Mr. Faust's matter, I've advised Mr. Faust he doesn't need to testify in this case. So I'll stop there for now. I also have a motion as well.
All right, go ahead with your motion.
Your Honor, we're going to move for a directed verdict in this case. The law provides that on a motion for directed verdict, the evidence must be construed in the light most favorable to the party against whom the motion is sought. So, as the Honorable Court is aware, the evidence has to be viewed in the light most favorable to the prosecution in this case. A directed verdict is authorized only when there is no conflict in evidence. So, as the Honorable Court is aware, if I present evidence of one thing and the state presents evidence of one thing to that count, there cannot be a directed verdict. It has to go to the jury. And that's as to any material issue and the evidence introduced with all reasonable deductions therefrom, demand a particular verdict. So the counts that we were asked for a directed verdict to, first we'll start with burglary, Your Honor. In this case, and I believe that is count. Burglary is count 6, Your Honor. And in the indictment, Mr. Faust is charged for the said accused in the county of Clark and state of Georgia on or about the 19th day of January 2001, did unlawfully and without authority enter into and remain in the dwelling house of Tara Baker with the intent to commit a felony therein, to wit, aggravated sodomy and rape in violation of OCGA 16-7-1. The evidence in this case presented in regards to the burglary count, as the Honorable Court is aware, none of the state's witnesses have disputed that outside of Mr. Faust's DNA being in Ms. Baker's body, there was no evidence connecting Mr. Faust with the home. In fact, the state mentioned in opening that they can't present evidence of how Mr. Faust got into the home. So in regards to count 6, our position is the evidence does not conflict. The evidence is actually favorable to the defense, even if viewed in the light most favorable to the state, because there is no evidence presented that puts Mr. Faust in the home or shows that Mr. Faust was in the home at any time. In regards to aggravated sodomy, Your Honor, all the testimony in this, and let me make this specific, the aggravated sodomy count involving the anus of Ms. Baker, which is count 10. So far we've done count 6. Next is count 10. All the evidence in this case, in regards to aggravated sodomy, it is undisputed that Chris Melton's DNA profile is the only identifiable DNA profile in Ms. Baker's anus. Dr. Falzone testified that based on her injuries, they were consistent with sexual assault. Ms. Hinkle testified that the anal DNA only lasts for according to the articles, 2 days to 3 days at most. The state asked her a question, their very last question to Ms. Hinkle. They said, could the timer reset? As the Honorable Court is aware, viewed in a light most favorable to the state, we have to accept that Mr. Melton last saw Ms. Baker on Sunday, last had sexual intercourse on Sunday. If we give Mr. Melton the 3-day window, that puts us at Wednesday with his DNA in Ms. Baker's anus. However, the DNA wouldn't still be present because the state's allegation is that Mr. Faust committed these acts on Friday. So there is no evidence that the state has presented or that could be construed even when construed in the best light, even when construed favorable to the state, there's no evidence that would support or that conflicts in regards to Mr. Faust being in Miss Baker's anus. So we ask for a directed verdict on that count. In regards to count 11, arson in the first degree, we're also requesting a directed verdict. Again, it flows, the state has presented no evidence whatsoever that Mr. Faust was in the home. The closest the state came to that is, if we view the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, is that African Americans were seen walking around the Deer Park neighborhood on the day of Miss Baker's death. But the state has presented no evidence. There's no conflict in the evidence. There's absolutely no evidence supporting that Mr. Faust started a fire in Miss Baker's home. And again, what we rely on is the evidence presented through the reports as well as the testimony that law enforcement officers did not find anything connecting Mr. Faust with the home. The only place Mr. Faust's DNA was located, again, Your Honor, was Miss Baker's body. That same reasoning flows to count 12, possession of a knife during the commission of a felony. There's been no evidence presented that Mr. Faust had a knife or possessed a knife in this case. As well as count 9, count 8. Excuse me. So count 9, not count 8 or count 7. Count 6, we've discussed. And counts 1 through 5, which are malice murder, felony murder, felony murder, felony murder, felony murder. And just for purposes of the record, I address count 7 and 8. The evidence viewed in the light most favorable to the state, Mr. Faust is, and obviously we disagree with it, but we have to view it in the light most favorable to the state. DNA is in Miss Baker's mouth and in Miss Baker's vagina. Again, we disagree with that, but I understand the standard. We have to view it in the light most favorable to them. And the state's position is the reason it's there is because of rape and sodomy. There is a conflict in evidence there, so we're not requesting a directed verdict on those 2 counts.
Which 2 counts?
That is 7 and 8. 7 is the aggravated sodomy involving the mouth. 8 is the rape. And of course, Your Honor, our position is there was no rape that took place in this case, but I have to,
not asking for a directed verdict.
based on the law and viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. But in regards to the murder counts, again, there's been no evidence presented by the state that Mr. Faust was responsible for Miss Baker's murder, outside of just his DNA being present. And as Honorable Court is aware, when it comes to murder, malice murder, they specifically state on or about the 19th day of January 2001, Mr. Faust did unlawfully and with malice aforethought caused the death of Tara Baker, a human being, by strangling her with a cord and stabbing her. The only evidence in this case regarding forensic material related to the murder weapon, which is the cord, is that Mr. Melton's trace evidence was found on the charger block that was next to Miss Baker's head that was connected to the cord used to strangle her. In regards to felony murder, burglary well, it should be burglary in a dwelling. Here it says burglary to a dwelling. Again, there's no evidence that a burglary occurred. The state admitted in their opening that they can't present evidence of how he got into the home. In regards to count 3, felony murder, aggravated sodomy. Again, the basis of that felony murder is the strangulation, and I've already provided the Honorable Court the facts and evidence that came out in this case in regards to the strangulation in count 3. And count 4, felony murder as related to rape. The felony murder piece of it, again, there's no evidence of murder. And I emphasize in other courts where we disagree that a rape occurred, we disagree that the aggravated sodomy occurred, but understanding the law, we understand we have to accept that evidence and say it's favorable to the state's position. But in regards to the murder piece, there's no conflicting evidence on the murder piece. In fact, there has been no evidence presented by the state that Mr. Faust committed this murder again, but solely that his DNA was present. So we would ask the Honorable Court to grant our motion for directed verdict on all counts, excluding count 7 and 8. We believe those matters are appropriate for the jury based on the conflicting evidence.
Thank you, sir. State care to respond.
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, I'll be brief. The court has sat on the trial of the case. You've heard all of the evidence, but certainly not only has the state carried its burden to provide evidence sufficient to get this matter to a jury, but the state's carried its burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust committed all of the crimes that are named in this indictment. I'm going to start at the top and work my way down, but in some ways, the evidence of Mr. Faust's guilt applies to each of these offenses. So I think that the evidence as shown at trial shows that an individual matching Mr. Faust's description was seen in the area of 160 Fawn Drive and in fact disappeared.
Wait a second. Not as bad as earlier today. Go ahead.
That was much faster than earlier today, but there was an individual matching Mr. Faust's description that arrived in or was walking in the immediate area of 160 Fawn Drive and then was seen to disappear in such a manner that that individual's only route of travel would have been between the homes immediately around 160 Fawn Drive. Further, there is obviously evidence that a murder was committed. There is also obviously evidence that a rape was committed, as well as aggravated sodomy, both orally and anally, is evidenced by Dr. Falzon's testimony about the forceful nature of both the vaginal sex and the anal sex, as well as evidence giving proving Mr. Faust's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, much beyond the necessary standard for a directed verdict, especially when viewed in the light most favorable to the state. There are only 2 DNA profiles found within the home in Miss Baker's body. One of them is from her boyfriend, who had been in a loving relationship with Miss Baker and whose DNA was found within a normal detection window, as testified to by the GBI witness in Miss Baker's vagina, and then explained as far as the presence in the anal swabbing at a much reduced match or frequency rate due to either drainage or transfer from the period of time in which Mr. Faust raped Miss Baker, orally sodomized her, anally sodomized her, and then murdered her by stabbing her and strangling her with a ligature, Your Honor. And so when we're talking about directed verdict, the manner in which the court views the evidence, as well as considering the significant evidence in this particular case, the state's met its burden as it relates to counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The defense is not moving for a directed verdict on counts 7 and 8. If they were, the state would have met its burden there. As to count 9, the state has met its burden. Count 10 and 11 as well, and count 12. Obviously the knife was possessed during a commission of a felony of, as evidenced by the fact that Miss Baker's blood is on the knife itself, and it was a major contributor or the cause of death, along with the ligature strangulation of Miss Baker. And Detective Leadall testified as to the length of the knife being sufficient, being greater than 3 inches in order to satisfy the requirements of the statute, and as well as the arson being committed by the individual who had raped and sodomized and murdered Miss Baker, which would be Mr. Faust, as shown by the evidence in this case. I'm not going to go through a further recitation of the evidence because I know the court has sat in the trial of the case, but certainly the state has presented more than sufficient evidence both to survive a directed verdict and convict Mr. Faust as to all of those counts.
All right, thank you. Anything further? This is your motion. All right, thank you, sir. All right, so I know all council is aware of what this moment means and what the court's responsibility is, but I'm going to articulate it anyway. This is a moment where the court has to consider this statute, OCGA 1791, when direction of verdict of acquittal authorized. When there is no conflict in the evidence and the evidence introduced with all reasonable deductions and inferences therefrom shall demand a verdict of acquittal or not guilty as to the entire offense or to some particular count or offense. The court may direct the verdict of acquittal to which the defendant is entitled under the evidence and may allow the trial to proceed only as to the counts or offenses remaining, if any. That's the law. That's what, Mr. Cruz, you have asked the court to grant under 1791. And at this stage of the game, the court is not making any comment on the evidence. I want to make that clear. But what I am going to comment on is whether there is a conflict. That is what I have to find out. And if the court finds there is a conflict, the court has to deny defense's motion. I mean, that's just where we are. And so I want to just lay that out there. This court is not making a comment on the evidence, on the strength of the evidence, on the credibility of the evidence, on the lack of credibility of the evidence, the believability or not believability of the evidence. This is just a moment for the court to talk about whether there is a conflict. Both parties have articulated many times throughout the last 2.5 weeks the indisputable comment that this is a cold case. And in so articulating from both parties that this is a cold case, the parties have described in their ways why the evidence is or is not what it is. And a cold case, particularly one like this, is based on circumstantial evidence. And therein defines, in many respects, what a cold case is. And when the court charges the jury with the law that they must apply, one of the charges relates to circumstantial evidence. And juries are authorized to consider circumstantial evidence in making their decision. They don't have to, but they are authorized to do so. And they can give it whatever weight they care to. The court also charges the jury about circumstantial evidence, and in doing so also says that circumstantial evidence and direct evidence have the same weight, if any, and that one is not greater than the other. And any weight that is given to evidence is solely on the jury's shoulders. They get to decide whether they believe or they do not believe circumstantial evidence, whether they believe or they do not believe direct evidence. And that's the law that the courts give to every jury. That's your basic, I mean, obviously I'm paraphrasing. I'm not going to go back and read the whole charge to everyone. And I know counsel understands this, but I want to remind counsel that that's what the law is. And so based on all of that and based on the law 1791 that says when there is no conflict in the evidence, I'm going to deny your motion, Mr. Cruz, for those reasons. This is a circumstantial case, and the argument that you have made relates to evidence that is direct evidence. This is a case that is not really direct evidence, although you all can argue however you choose to about what the evidence actually is. But this is a case about circumstantial evidence, and the evidence that has been presented, therein lies the conflict. Both parties have had the opportunity to direct and cross-examine, and the evidence that has been presented to the state is the epitome of conflict. And so for those reasons, I'm going to deny your motion, Mr. Cruz, because it is the law. All right. We've gone through that. Let me have counsel at the bench and let's talk about some scheduling matters. And so, thank you.
You're watching at Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back.
You all may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to release you for today. It's 4:20, and we're not going to start tomorrow until noon. It is possible that we actually may have all of tomorrow off. It's just going to depend on some circumstances. So if that is actually the case, you're going to get a call from the clerk's office, and they will tell you as soon as they know whether tomorrow is a free day for you. In the meantime, I want you to expect to be here at noon tomorrow. When I release you, of course, the same prohibitions apply we've been talking about for 2.5 weeks. I know you've been paying attention to that. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't do any research. Do not go to any of the locations that you may have heard about. Certainly try to avoid all social media that may have anything to do with this case whatsoever. Other than that, thank you for your patience today. I'm going to release all of you, and we will hopefully see you at noon tomorrow, but make sure that you pay attention to your telephone just in case. Thank you. You are all free to go.
Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live.
In Georgia, where a man was arrested in the cold case murder of a University of Georgia law student. And this guy was fighting for bond. 48-year-old Edrick Faust, arrested earlier this year in the 2001 murder of law student Tara Baker. And firefighters discovered her body when they went to an apartment fire there, and they say that she was sodomized, she was strangled, and she was stabbed.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.